You broke mine.
Good morning, and welcome to the Surface Transportation Board's first hearing of 2009. Today's hearing will focus on the board's enhanced role in passenger rail service as mandated by the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act of 2008. The board is determined to successfully implement our new responsibilities and to play a constructive role in the process of delivering improved passenger rail service across our nation. In order for us to meet these goals, we need to fully understand our new legislative mandate and to carefully consider the views of stakeholders, many of whom have vast experience in the passenger rail policy arena and were closely involved in the process that produced the legislative provisions we will discuss today. I appreciate the witnesses who have joined us today to offer their views and suggestions. The new legislation gives the board the power to investigate, in certain circumstances, failures by Amtrak to meet on-time performance standards. Those standards will be established by Amtrak and the Federal Railroad Administration in consultation with the board and others. Under the statute, if the new standards have not been met for 2 consecutive calendar quarters, the board may start an investigation on its own and must start one upon complaint filed by Amtrak, an intercity passenger rail operator, a host freight railroad over which Amtrak operates, or an entity for which Amtrak operates intercity passenger rail service. If, as a result of the investigation, the board determines that delays or failure to achieve the standards is due to the host rail carrier's failure to provide preference to Amtrak trains over freight trains, the STB may award damages against the host rail carrier and order other relief. Those damages would be paid directly to Amtrak to be used for capital or operating expenses on the affected route. The legislation contains other responsibilities for the board, such as non-binding mediation to facilitate resolution of disputes if a commuter operator seeks access to a freight rail carrier's tracks and services. And down the road, the STB could be called upon to develop cost allocation methodologies to determine reasonable compensation liability and terms of use if a state uses the facilities of Amtrak or has services provided by Amtrak. The legislation authorized the board to hire 15 new staff members to implement these new responsibilities. The board, however, has not yet received an appropriation to pay for these new positions, and our current budget is not sufficient to fund the new hiring while simultaneously meeting our other obligations. Despite the strain that the new workload will impose on our staff, we are determined to fulfill our new responsibilities in an energetic and focused manner. I've already assigned existing staff with relevant experience and skills to a newly formed passenger rail team. Many of these staffers are, in essence, working 2 jobs. The long-term success of our passenger rail work will, however, depend on our ability to work with Amtrak and Congress to secure the necessary funding of the additional staff authorized in the new statute. While I anticipate that much of the discussion today will touch on procedural, legal, and regulatory issues, I want to assure all of the stakeholders who care deeply about the health of our nation's passenger rail system that this issue is not simply an academic or professional one to me. I grew up in a commuter rail village, as it was called, in northern New Jersey, and most of my father's career was spent commuting to and from jobs in New York City and Wilmington, Delaware, via commuter rail and Amtrak. More recently, I lived for 12 years within 2 blocks of the Amtrak and Virginia Rail Express station in downtown Fredericksburg, Virginia. During most of those years, I commuted to Washington, D.C. by Amtrak and by the VRE. While passenger rail service along the Fredericksburg to D.C. corridor that I'm quite familiar with has improved in recent years, I have many vivid memories of riding on trains that stopped to give preference to freight trains. Clearly, the statutory requirement dating back to the 1970s that requires freight railroads to give priority to passenger trains has not always been given the attention that will now be required under the new statute that we will explore today. I look forward to hearing the witnesses' thoughts about how to implement this legislation as effectively as possible. I'm particularly glad to see that we have with us representatives from Amtrak and the FRA, and I'm eager to hear your perspective as well as the testimony of all the witnesses here today. Finally, just a few procedural notes regarding the testimony itself. As usual, we will hear from all the speakers on a panel prior to questions from the commissioners. Speakers, please note that the timing lights are in front of me on the dais. You'll see a yellow light when you have 1 minute remaining and a red light when your time has expired. Therefore, I'll be keeping an eye on the clock and ask that you please keep to the time you've been allotted. I assure you that we have read all of your submissions and there's no need to read them in their entirety here. After hearing from the entire panel, we'll rotate with questions from each board member until we've exhausted the questions. Additionally, just a reminder to please turn off all cell phones. Let me now turn to Vice Chairman Mulvey for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham. Good morning and welcome to our panelists and other attendees today. I've been a student of Amtrak's operations and history virtually from its establishment. I wrote my doctoral dissertation on Amtrak's economic future back in the early 70s when Amtrak was first getting started, and I was an intern with the Federal Railroad Administration researching the newly formed National Railroad Passenger Corporation. So I have followed very, very closely ever since, both professionally and personally. I'm honored that Congress has given the board additional responsibilities with respect to Amtrak and the commuter railroads. And through the act, as I believe the agency has played a vital role in passenger rail routings and operations in the past, and we will continue to do so. This hearing is the first of this. Hearing is one of the first steps in what will be a continuing dialogue on our implementation of our additional statutory responsibilities. I look forward to the discussions we'll have today and to the work in which our staff, the FRA, Amtrak, and other stakeholders will engage in the coming weeks and months ahead. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Buttry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not have a formal opening statement. I would just like to say if you had chosen the Gainesville area a place to live, you'd have had many fewer delays because the service out there is really great. I take the VRE virtually every day. I'm a great believer in commuter rail. I think it's the transportation mode of the future, so to speak. If we can ever figure out how to get enough infrastructure in place to support it along with the freight rails, then we'll be a long ways toward solving some of our problems with the legislation. In studying the legislation so far, it seems to me that the Congress certainly had good intentions. I believe they had good intentions in trying to answer some of the questions or solve some of the issues, but it appears that they have turned that responsibility over to the Surface Transportation Board. And being a short timer around here, Mr. Chairman, I hope you all have fun working with that because it's going to be a major undertaking, I think, because there are seems to me there are more questions than answers in that legislation. As I say again, I know it was well intentioned, but there are a lot of questions to be answered before we get very far down the road here. So I look forward to the witnesses' testimony today. And I certainly want to associate myself with the remarks of my two colleagues here and look forward to the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Buttry. It's now my pleasure to turn to our first panel this morning. We'll be hearing first from William L. Crosby, representing the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, commonly known as Amtrak. And after Mr. Crosby, we'll hear from the Federal Railroad Administration, represented by Mr. Mark Yakmetz. Mr. Crosby, thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Nottingham, Vice Chair Mulvey, and Commissioner Buttry, thank you for calling this hearing today. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of Amtrak to offer our comments on the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act of 2008 and the Surface Transportation Board's important role in implementing the bill. We're going to have slides up. There we go. There we go. Thank you. I'll move fairly quickly through the beginning of these slides, assuming that you have been familiarized with our testimony. Amtrak operates a 21,000-mile network. Last year, we carried over 28 million passengers. It was an all-time record. Some services average in the 80% range, but in one case, OTP averaged as low as 18.6%. Our long-distance trains posted in fiscal 08 an on-time arrival average of 54.6%. The number of long-distance train miles we operate has changed very little since 1971. The short-distance routes can be very dense. 157 of the 310 daily trains run on some part of the NEC between Boston and Washington. Slide. In the Act, significant funding is set aside for Amtrak's capital and operating needs. Amtrak has been working for years to return its infrastructure to a state of good repair, and the funds authorized in the bill will greatly assist in the effort, if appropriated at the maximum level. But the new law does more than simply address funding needs. It addresses a number of policy and service quality issues at the heart of Amtrak and state intercity passenger rail service. Amtrak has established an internal reauthorization task force, better known as RTF, with representatives from all the major departments of the company that have a role in meeting the requirements and the deadlines in the bill. The RTF meets regularly and has already met several times with staff from the FRA and also members of the staff here at the STB. We take this very seriously, and we will meet the deadlines and the mandates of this Act. Now I'll touch on some of the specific provisions of the bill where the STB has a role and some of our thoughts on how we will work with you along the way. I will devote the bulk of my time to discussing the requirements set out in Title II. I will touch briefly on Title III, principally to highlight two provisions that are authorized by the legislation. These are involved with issues I will discuss when we come to Section 213. Certain of the findings the STB is empowered to make by Section 213 can be used to justify an application of capital funds under the terms laid out for grant programs in Sections 301 and 2. Section 207 requires that Amtrak and the Federal Railroad Administration, in consultation with the STB and others, work together to establish uniform metrics and standards. Specifically, the legislation requires improvement of existing or development of new metrics and minimum standards for measuring the performance and service quality of intercity passenger train operations, including cost recovery, on-time performance, minutes of delay, ridership, on-board services, stations, facilities, equipment, and other services. The law gives us 180 days to complete the metrics and standards. The President signed the bill on October 16th, so we must come to an agreement on the metrics by mid-April. If we do not do so, the STB may be petitioned to assist the parties in resolving these disputes. These metrics and standards are very important. They'll be used as one measure to evaluate passenger train performance in Section 213, and they will also be used to evaluate our performance under the other sections of the Act. For this reason, Amtrak takes these very seriously and will work with the STB and the FRA to develop them. As mentioned earlier, on-time performance of our trains is highly variable. We want to make it very clear that the on-time performance of our trains is the linchpin of our success. The U.S. Department of Transportation's Inspector General's March 28th report entitled Effects of Amtrak's Poor On-Time Performance found that poor on-time performance costs Amtrak over $100 million in lost revenue and increased costs. Reliable on-time service is critical on short-haul and long-distance trains. For years, we have struggled with our OTP numbers off the Northeast Corridor. I have included a graph, which you'll see on this slide, of our long-distance train OTP from fiscal 06 through December 08. Generally speaking, the trend is upward, but is still far short of 80%. And has never been sustained at any reasonable, acceptable level for any length of time. The performance you have just seen is well short of the level we want to attain and well short of the level that PREA mandates. Section 213 establishes that the STB may initiate an investigation if the on-time performance of any intercity passenger rail train averages less than 80% for any 2 consecutive calendar quarters, or if the service quality of intercity passenger train operations for which the minimum standards are established under Section 207 fails to meet those standards for 2 consecutive calendar quarters. The Surface Transportation Board is also required to initiate an investigation upon the filing of a complaint by Amtrak, an intercity passenger rail operator, a host freight railroad over which Amtrak operates, or an entity for which Amtrak operates intercity passenger rail service. The purpose of this investigation is to determine whether and to what extent delays or failure to achieve minimum standards are due to causes that could be reasonably be addressed by a rail carrier. The board is authorized to investigate whether delays or failures to achieve minimum standards are attributable to a rail carrier's failure to provide preference, a statutory right that affords Amtrak preference over freight transportation in using a rail line, junction, or crossing. Among other things, the board can award damages under Section 213 if it finds that Amtrak's preference right has been violated. I've included a graph of the top 3 causes of delays to long-distance trains in fiscal 08. As you can see, the top causes of delay are freight train interference and slow orders. The question of freight train interference gets into the vital issue of preference. The whole question of preference to be accorded passenger trains is vitally important to Amtrak. Our metrics show that customer satisfaction tracks closely to on-time performance of our trains. The Inspector General of the Department of Transportation, in its September 8, 2008 report entitled Root Causes of Amtrak Delays, found that actions by the host railroads, including dispatching practices, violate Amtrak's statutory right to preference. We have been working hard with host railroads on this situation, but when collaboration is not enough, it is necessary that Amtrak have tools available to it to enforce its rights. We pledge to you today that we will continue to work with our host partners to meet or exceed the standards set in the bill, but if we do not hit those levels, we anticipate that we will file a complaint to begin the process of the board's investigation of on-time performance. We can and we must hit those numbers and provide our passengers with the kind of reliability and on-time performance that they expect. The original Rail Passenger Service Act of 1971 allowed states to contract with Amtrak for passenger train service. Since 1997, Amtrak has been allowed to set the terms of its service, and between 1997 and 2002, each business unit set its own pricing policy. This led to significant variations, and our company is transitioning towards a consistent state contribution basis. Amtrak trains currently receive operating support from 14 states. On my slide, you'll notice the map that shows our system corridors in red and the state support corridors in green. The latter trains receive varying levels of support from states. The former trains receive no state support. Many of them are designated as system trains and as part of the national system are running regardless of the level of state support. We regard this provision as an important one, and we will implement it. We also regard the state partners as critically important, both to the maintenance of the existing service and the development of new service. Amtrak is going to work closely with them and with the DOT to ensure that we get to a mechanism that provides, as the law mandates, equal treatment in the provision of like services. As I mentioned earlier, just about half of our daily trains use some portion of the Northeast Corridor. It is a very busy railroad, and Amtrak is not the only user. 8 commuter agencies and 4 freight companies also use the NEC main stem. A total of some 2,500 trains a day. Much of this infrastructure is aging, and to the question of basic reliability, we increasingly face a question of capacity. Amtrak has established an infrastructure advisory group to address this issue, and we are currently working with our partners to develop a long-term plan for maintaining and improving the NEC. We regard the implementation of a process that will improve the allocation of capital costs as a key step, and we will work closely with the DOT on the development of this formula. The next 2 slides deal principally with an alternative program that are designed to allow providers to enter the intercity passenger rail business should they wish to do so. Go to slide 14, please. Finally, we come to the 2 provisions from Title III, Sections 301 and 302. They authorize capital investment. Section 301 authorizes a capital matching program administered by the FRA for the use of states, groups of states, and public agencies. Section 302 authorizes a capital matching for projects that are designed to facilitate ridership growth or mitigate congestion. An STB finding under the process authorized by Section 213 can be one of the number of sufficient conditions that can allow the Secretary to authorize funding of a project. These are important provisions, and I hope that the STB keeps them in mind when and if it is called upon to adjudicate cases under Section 213. In closing, let me reiterate to you and the board that our goal will be to work through each of these areas with care and consideration for all stakeholders involved. We will do our very best to solve the challenges we face in a cooperative and collaborative way. Along the way, we will be sure to keep you and your staff fully apprised and briefed so that you know what is going on at all times with regard to these requirements and where they intersect with your new jurisdictional roles. We hope to be a resource to you and your staff, and will make ourselves available and accessible at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you momentarily. I'd like to now turn to Mr. Mark Yakmetz of the Federal Railroad Administration. Welcome, Mr. Yakmetz. We're very pleased you're here and look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Surface Transportation Board. I appreciate this opportunity to update you on the Federal Railroad Administration's staff activities to implement sections of the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act of 2008 that relate to the expanded responsibilities of the STB. By way of introduction, I am Mark Yakmetz, Associate Administrator for Railroad Development of FRA. The Office of Railroad Development is leading FRA's activities associated with implementing PRIIA. We also manage a wide range of programs that bear directly on FRA's and STB's shared areas of interest that have resulted from this legislation. These include providing analytical support to the development of the administration's intercity passenger rail and rail industry investment policies, staff support to the Secretary of Transportation, and any secretarial designee as a member of Amtrak's Board of Directors, the making and oversight of grants to Amtrak for operating expenses and capital investment, the making and oversight of grants to states for intercity passenger rail development, including grants to eliminate rail congestion adversely affecting passenger rail service. We also make and oversee grants to states for rail line relocations, grants to states for capital improvements for passenger operations expected to operate faster than 110 miles an hour, and we also make loans and loan guarantees for capital improvements to railroads, including commuter rail operations operating over the general system of railways of the United States. I would like to note that FRA and the Office of Railroad Development have a history of effective cooperation with the STB in areas of mutual interest. Indeed, at the present time, the STB's section of environmental analysis and my office are sharing responsibility for the required environmental studies for two construction projects, one in Alaska and one in southeastern California and southwestern Nevada. Section 207 of the Passenger Rail Investment Improvement Act directs FRA and Amtrak, in consultation with the STB and other interested parties, to jointly develop new and improved metrics and minimum standards measuring the performance and service quality of intercity passenger train operations. If we cannot agree by April 16th, any party involved in the development of those standards may petition the STB to appoint an arbiter to assist the parties in resolving their disputes, our disputes. FRA staff has been working since enactment of the legislation to develop options for the metrics and set standards for various facets of intercity passenger rail service quality. We are particularly cognizant that while the statute looks for agreement between FRA and Amtrak on those metrics and standards, each entity is independent and agreement is not mandatory. FRA staff has had extensive discussions with Amtrak over the past few months on the concepts and issues to be addressed in establishing the metrics and standards. We've also met with representatives of the Class 1 railroads that host Amtrak service and with the staff of the STB. We anticipate placing a proposal for stakeholder comment on our website no later than the end of this month. After allowing about 2 weeks for comments to be prepared and received, FRA staff will consider those comments and develop options for the Department of Transportation's decision makers. Amtrak will also be provided the comments we've received, and will undertake its own analysis and develop options for consideration by its board of directors. During this process, FRA staff, Amtrak staff will continue to keep each other informed on the progress of completing this effort to identify and crystallize any areas of disagreement that then can be presented to our respective decision makers. And I should add, during that process, we expect to be keeping the staff of the STB well informed so they can be preparing for your implementation of your portions of this legislation. While we continue to work on our proposed metrics and standards, I'd like to share with you some of the principles on which we are basing our ongoing work. Our analysis of Section 207 of PRIIA suggests that metrics and standards lend themselves to grouping under four main headings. The first is financial metrics, such as cost recovery. The second is on-time performance metrics. The third is other service quality metrics, which would gauge passenger satisfaction with their overall Amtrak experience, both aboard the train and at the station. And the fourth is the availability and connectivity metrics that would address Amtrak's ability to meet the mobility needs of otherwise underserved communities. For now, options under consideration by FRA staff include proposing to address each of these four main categories of metrics in a way that will fulfill Congress's intent, that we use readily available data, minimize the staffing requirements for generating, assembling, and reporting on that data, and that the metrics be open to changing circumstances such as the availability of new data sources. Similarly, our current thinking on standard setting would suggest that standards should be motivational yet realistically achievable within the 5-year authorization period. Hopeless goals motivate hopeless behaviors. For the same reason, the consistently incremental rather than all-at-once improvement might offer a greater possibility of sustained improvement over the long term. Perhaps the most intense interest from stakeholders may be devoted to metrics and standards for on-time performance and train delays. Freight railroads and Amtrak have vital stakes in the outcome of this topic. OTP has monetary consequences, both good and bad, for both Amtrak and the host railroads, and the PRIIA adds the dimension of STB involvement and possible fines. This is an especially complex topic. The most fundamental aspect of this complexity is the lack of agreement of how it should be measured. Delays are based upon detailed contractual arrangements between Amtrak and the freight railroads, while OTP per se reflects Amtrak's public timetable. Amtrak and the freight railroads generate OTP data by different means. What is the best way to objectively measure this data? How is the cause of delay objectively determined and allocated? OTP is currently reported to the public as endpoint OTP, but as most Amtrak passengers are not traveling between both endpoints of a route, the public is actually experiencing all stations OTP, the average punctuality or tardiness of a train at every point it serves. Should delays for intermediate portions of passenger routes be taken into account, or should delays only be considered for trains that are late at their endpoints? Underlying the issue of performance against schedule is how the schedules are set in the first place. Freight railroads and Amtrak may have understandable differences over the underlying schedules that form the basis of both delays and OTP. This is particular interest not just to the railroads, but to FRA, who must report on the performance against schedule, and to the STB that must adjudicate matters related to failures to perform. How can all interested parties be assured that schedules are reasonable in the first place? In developing schedules, how can an agreement be reached by both Amtrak and the host railroad that there is a high degree of likelihood that on a normal day the schedule can be achieved? Are the schedules reflective of the circumstances that have been shown in the past to adversely affect trip time, such as summer track maintenance seasons and heat-related slow orders that experience show will occur with some degree of predictable regularity? In addressing OTP, should conditions and unforeseen circumstances such as extended weather delays be considered in the context of schedule changes or in the performance standards? I would note that the ability to model and predict rail operations has improved significantly since 1971 and might offer a science-based approach to scheduling adjustments that provide both passenger and the railroads with more realistic expectations of their departure and arrival time than a timetable printed twice a year. And finally, is there a way to use the development of schedules to identify and help prioritize capital improvements that could lead to greater reliability, improved trip time, which could then factor into FRA's evaluations of applications for grants by states and by Amtrak? In conclusion, FRA staff work is progressing on this very challenging effort, and we look forward to receiving comments from all interested parties over the next several weeks as we prepare options for consideration by the department's decision makers. I would like to note that the observations I have made are those of a member of FRA's career staff and not the decision maker on these matters. some aspects of the intercity passenger rail service that are specifically required to be covered by these metrics and standards, such as the percentage of avoidable and fully allocated operating costs covered by passenger revenues on each route, have been central elements in the Amtrak debate since even before the corporation was created in 1971. Each presidential administration has had its own views on the federal role of intercity passenger service in general, Amtrak in particular, and I have no doubt the incoming administration will as well. Key players in the area of intercity passenger rail service are in transition. As you know, Secretary LaHood has only been on the job for 3 weeks. We don't yet have a deputy secretary, federal railroad administrator, or other people who may be part of Secretary LaHood's passenger rail policy team. And I would also like to note that Amtrak, 3 of the 7 seats on Amtrak Board of Directors are currently vacant, and the board will be reconfigured on April 16th, the same date that the performance metrics are due. And this all presents issues of the sustainability of the effort that we are currently underway. So once again, I appreciate this opportunity to update the board on our activities to implement PRIA, and I would be happy to answer your questions on these activities.
Thank you, Mr. Yachmetz, for some very enlightening and thoughtful testimony. I appreciate that. I've got a few questions. I'm sure my colleagues do as well. You know, today's balmy spring-like weather, and combined with the fact that we're just a few days away from pitchers and catchers reporting for the spring training for the Major League Baseball season, it's sort of forced me to think up a baseball metaphor here. I sort of feel like the umpire who is about to call balls and strikes for the season, the new season, but the strike zone's got to be negotiated first between the pitchers union and the batters union and or organization, and then the umpires are supposed to be consulted and have some input, and all that will be awfully important to the umpire's ability to call a fair game and to actually keep the game moving along. So I don't know if that works at all to put anybody in the frame of mind or to understand kind of how we view this process, but we will be playing that umpire type role at certain aspects and junctures of this new process that has been outlined in the new legislation. I do have a few questions about it. What's very important to us is the reference to two calendar quarters of data being looked at, 6 months, and I'd like to get each of your thoughts on the question of, once the new standards and metrics are developed, or whichever standards and metrics are to be used and relied upon, when does that clock start running for the 2 consecutive calendar quarters that would then trigger our role in conducting an investigation under Section 213? Is that something we should be prepared to launch now under the theory that the data is pretty solid and we can look back 2 quarters prior to enactment of the bill in October, or do we start with October, or do we view the language as setting forth a process that will result in new metrics and standards that would then yield or need to have a 2-quarter or 6-month process of review starting in mid-April? If you could maybe just help reflect on that.
Sure, I'll start, Mr. Ackman. Just by way of background, since it's my first time testifying before you, I've been with Amtrak since 2003. I have worked for a freight railroad for over 10 years prior to that. So when I look at on-time performance, I not only look at it through the lens of passenger railroading, but also freight railroading as well. In terms of the data, I think the data is solid today. So it's really up to the discretion of the board. I think as a minimum, you would have to start on April the 16th with the assumption that we're going to come to some agreement between now and the 16th of April on the metrics, and then that's when the clock starts to tick. I think that would be the minimum you would start with. But the data, in our view, is solid, and be careful of the question you ask, because every time I ask the question, I get volumes of information on how it can be sliced and diced and presented. So,
well, it's actually an interesting question, and I actually singularly appreciative of the situation where the board is in, and which you all also are lacking staff resources to undertake a lot of this, as we are also grappling with how we implement the Emergency Recovery Act with the resources we have. It's my understanding that we have to report on a quarterly basis on the on-time performance based against once the metrics and standards are set up. So it would be highly unlikely, I expect, that we would FRA would do a report before the 1st of July, which would be the end of the quarter in which the metrics became effective. And I think one of the things that the larger group here of railroads and the STB and the FRA need to think about is there some piece of time that needs to happen so that all the players on the field, the freight railroads and the Amtrak folks, have an opportunity to both understand what's required of them and how they're to report it to us and to you. So I would say realistically, even the most aggressive schedule, the first quarter you would start looking at would probably be the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2009, and so that would hopefully then also align with your ability to get some resources in the Appropriation Act.
And so, Mr. Yakima, it sounds like the FRA looks at the quarterly process as based on the federal fiscal year, if I followed your question right, so
Right.
October 1 to September 30. Right. And so you've got quarters playing out during that federal fiscal year, and then in mid-April, April 16th, we have the deadline for the new standards to be in place. Hopefully that'll be hit, and then we'll have the next quarterly results after that date would be you're saying on July 1, and then
Right.
there'll be the last quarter. So you'd have by October 1, we'd have 2 full quarters of FRA data on-time performance to look at under the new standards.
By October 1, you would have one under the new standards and one that's half or mostly actually not under the standards. And so I would think that if you're looking for 2 full quarters under the new standards, it would probably be January 1 before you had those quarters in. But I'd like to preface this all by saying that both I and Mr. Crosby have engineering and not legal educations here, and so the actual meaning of calendar quarter may have been addressed in the statute. I don't believe it is, so that's the reason why I'm defaulting to fiscal year quarters.
I could just comment on Mr. Ackman's the calendar he put forward. I mean, we'll work towards a cooperative approach to this, and I've said that in my testimony, but I hope the board appreciates that for Amtrak, this is vitally important to us. Every day that goes by where on-time performance is at not an acceptable level is money for us, and customer service. And the sooner we get on with this, the better off we're going to be. And I have a dedicated team on this, and if I need to put more resources, I will put more resources on it. And I want to leave you with the message that we are prepared to do whatever it takes to hit an aggressive timeline and to move forward aggressively to get this in place.
So, Mr. Crosby, do you anticipate the possibility, I won't put you on the spot about, no one can predict the future with exact certainty, but do you anticipate the possibility that Amtrak might be in a position earlier than Mr. Yakmet's January 1, 2010 timeframe to file a complaint to the STB to look into on-time performance problems?
Again, we want to do this in a collaborative approach, so I'm not going to answer the question directly. Each situation is different, and different with each of the host railroads and different with each route, and we'll evaluate each situation as it presents itself. But our approach is to try to do this in a very cooperative manner and not adversarial in any way. We'd like to have all parties agreeing to what the metrics are, have them in place, and move forward. my only point earlier is that I do want to move this along and not end up in a long analysis. And at some point we have to agree to the metrics and put them in place. And presumably, if we all find at the end of the day that something isn't working quite right, and we all agree that that really didn't work as we thought it would, I would assume we can change it. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I've spent way too much time with them. So.
Well, I think this board would prefer not to be overly legalistic. We certainly know what the problem that Congress is trying to solve is, and who they've asked to help solve it collectively. Your organizations, our organizations. But let's be honest, if we get to the point of assessing significant financial penalties on private freight rail corporations based on something that's not clearly understood in the law, our experience with the freight railroads is they're not reluctant to appeal and challenge if they think their rights are being, understandably so, if they think their rights are being trampled on. We'll hear from them later, of course. I guess a lot of this line of question, and I ask these questions for a number of reasons. One is we need to staff up. We are staffing up, but it's a meaningful difference to us if we are anticipating complaints in April or July or October or January. We're already getting mail. I know each of your agencies, I'm sure, gets a lot of mail on this topic and has for many years. We're starting to get that mail now. It's sort of a new experience for us, and we're trying to understand how to best answer those letters and make sure that passenger rail customers who do have real concerns get answers to their questions.
And if the situation changes, I assure you, Mr. Chairman, that we will we'll keep you apprised all the way, along the way.
I guess related to my line of questioning really is the quality and the to use the phrase, is it ready for prime time? The data. I'd like to hear each of you talk about the data that currently exists on on-time performance. Is it compatible with the new statutory expectation of on-time performance data? Is there something ready for us to use? My review of data we've looked at indicates that at the time of passage of the new legislation in October, it's fair to say that none of the covered long-distance routes, in other words, our role does not include the Northeast Corridor, is my understanding in the statute. We're not anticipating handling complaints about on-time performance regarding track that Amtrak currently owns. But so if you take away the pretty successful on-time performing Northeastern Corridor and look at the rest of the country, at the time of passage of the law in October, there were no routes that were actually complying with the 80% or better on-time performance. I understand that's gotten a little better in the ensuing months, but could each of you speak to that, both the kind of the quality and is it ready for prime time of the data that is currently available, and just how far we are from the goal of 80% on-time performance?
Sure. Take the long distance routes, for example. We measure with our conductor's report, reported to a central location. We believe that data is very solid. It has been tested, and the degree of error, if any, is very small in it. And we've had very few issues with our host partners on the data, largely. There's a couple of exceptions to that. But we believe that data is very solid, even though it is, in today's automated world of GPSs and various other things, it is very solid in terms of the times and the length of time that they were delayed. So the basic information is there. It can always be automated. That just takes money to do. But that is something that we would look to negotiate with each of the freight railroads. So we think the information is there, and we've spent 37, 38 years measuring it, and every way you can imagine, and no matter how you look at it, it's always pretty much the same. And recently, as you've mentioned, there's been some improvement. We think the 80% is attainable. in a lot of cases, and recently they've shown that in some cases it is attainable under the existing schedules, which I know has been brought up in many of the testimonies you'll hear today.
Well, Mr. Crosby is correct that the conductors' reports have a long tradition on Amtrak and are the basis for which the numbers that we see on a regular basis on time performance. And the freight railroads have an opportunity to, in some of their newer dispatch systems, to separately monitor the performance of trains, and in fact some of them actually, Amtrak submits its conductor reports to the freight railroads, and some of the freights actually go back and look at the records of their dispatch systems and verify that. So I think that getting started, you probably are very close, particularly if there's agreement on the metrics and how the metrics are going to be measured and that sort of stuff, to be able to generate the data in the relatively near term. But again, the engineer in me tells me that particularly as we have a separate mandate to require positive train control on the rail industry by 2015, and it's going to be maybe accelerated in a lot of places, that these systems could actually be designed to develop, to spit out this data, just cold hard electronic facts without any human interference in it. So I think that what you will probably see as this provision matures over the years is that it will become much more of a technology-based measurement system. But right now it is Amtrak conductors.
I want to yield to my colleagues. I want to just ask one more question. And is there a standard practice review now in the passenger rail industry about what constitutes on-time performance, as far as when you're looking at it on a specific train-by-train analysis? In the commercial aviation world, we often hear about within 15 minutes. If you're within 15 minutes pushing off the gate and arriving, you're not marked down as late, is my understanding. I know I used to have the privilege of traveling a little bit with former Secretary Mineta, and he was famous for he had the pad of paper out and his pen and his watch, and he would note every time we traveled when that plane pushed off and when it landed. And interestingly, traveling with him, I noticed we tended to arrive on time more than when I traveled without him, so I miss those days. But is it what's the story in passenger rail? I've been on trains a lot, but I've really never known whether I should be happy when we come in 12 minutes late or 18, or what does success look like?
Sure. So Secretary Mineta was doing his own version of a conductor's report and submitting it. So interesting. In terms of the Northeast Corridor, we measure it on 10 minutes in comparison to airlines, which is 15 minutes, which in the case of the Northeast Corridor, that's our primary competition. Off the Northeast, take the long distance routes, it's 30 minutes on the public timetable is considered on time. And then the corridor trains, it varies for those like the state corridors. It depends on which one, but generally that is in the area of, it can be, for example, a capital corridors is 10 minutes. In that case, in other corridors, it's 20 minutes.
And would that typically be end-to-end or point-to-point?
End-to-end. So arriving at the final destination, final depot.
Mr. Yakmas, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't. I mean, this is actually an interesting aspect of where we're at. This is the traditional way of doing things, and one of the questions that ultimately, the process may have to ask, or you all as the arbiter of the process, is there some other basis to set these up? That's sort of one of the questions that we're grappling with, is do we measure on-time performance end-to-end or station to station as well as end-to-end? And the latter becomes much more complicated, but it actually may reflect better the experience of the passenger. So,
very good. Vice Chairman Mulvey, I know you've been very patient, and I'm sure you have questions. Let me turn it over to you now.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nottingham. I do have a few questions. I want to be clear on the on-time performance measure. It's the same for long-haul trains and relatively short-haul trains. It's 30 minutes. whether the train is making a 2-day trip from Chicago to San Francisco or whether it's Chicago to Quincy. Is that correct?
Chicago to Quincy is 20, right? It's 20. 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
To Quincy, but
Yeah, to
30
Quincy.
minutes to the West Coast. I recall coming into Los Angeles Union Station a number of years ago, and I looked up at the board at the Sunset Limited, and rather than minutes delayed or hours delayed, you needed a calendar to measure its delay. It was more than a day late, and that kind of delay, I'm sure, is not occurring as much today, but that was a pretty poor performance. Is on-time performance so a significant measure or a significant determinant of long-distance rail travel and demand? It strikes me that many Amtrak riders, especially long-distance riders, tend to be relatively time insensitive, and that it's not so much the on-time performance, it's just getting there. Well, it is on-time performance in the sense of getting there when you're expected to get there, but if you know you're going to be delayed, and if you can inform people who are going to meet you when you're actually going to arrive, that's really more important than actually meeting a schedule. Is that not true for the long-distance riders?
I think it's a little, it's changed over the years. I think there was a time when that may have been true. What we're seeing now on our long-distance trains, which, by the way, the ridership is still growing on those. We've seen some softening on the Northeast Corridor, for example, to do with Wall Street and the economy. But on the long-distance trains, it continues to grow, and part of the reason it's growing is what's happening in the airline industry and some removal of some of the flights in the intermediate points. So on-time performance for the intermediate points becomes much more important to them. They may be commuting, if you will, on a long-distance train, a shorter distance, an hour trip, 2-hour trip between two intermediate points. On the long distance and Chicago to LA in your example, I think it's still very important. And what our analysis has shown and what the DOT's Inspector General analysis has shown is that is dollars. And we can show you how those two graphs match exactly. As the on-time performance degrades, so does our ridership. It goes away. And they've made plans maybe at the other end for whatever in terms of maybe vacationing or meetings. And it is still very important to our passengers that they get there. We've tagged historically 30 minutes on a 2-day trip as a reasonable amount of time.
Following up on that DOTIG report, as you may know, I used to be the Department of Transportation's Inspector General for rail as well as transit and other issues. But I'm curious, and unfortunately I did not have an opportunity to read the DOTIG report on Amtrak causes of delays. And if you can answer this question, was that an econometric analysis of the causes of delay and the cost to Amtrak? Or was it relied more on anecdotal or testimonial evidence? How do they go about measuring that $100 million terms of loss to Amtrak? I know part of it is additional costs, and you can measure that in wages, salaries, and fuel and the like. But I'm interested particularly in the lost revenues from ridership and how that was arrived at by the DOTIG's office.
I think you need to speak directly with them, but I'll attempt to answer the question for you. We have, within Amtrak, we look at this and analyze it and are very good at predicting the relationship between on-time performance and revenue, which is the other side of it. And we can show you that if you get a 3-point increase in performance, what that equals in revenue. And there's historically that goes back, those models go back 30 years and are well tested. We use a vendor that we've used for years to help us with that. As well. So there is a lot of analysis and science, if you will, behind that.
I'm familiar with Amtrak's analysis and science, and I'll be honest with you, a long time ago, Amtrak had a fairly sophisticated operation in terms of measuring travel demand and looking at the relationship between revenues, on-time performance, frequency of service, and the like, and what it would mean for their ridership and demand. Unfortunately, Amtrak have been starved for a long time, and I think one of the first victims of the kind of starvation is internal analysis, and that operation has long since gone away, and as you said, it's now gone out to another vendor. I would love to see Amtrak again to rebuild that in-house capability to do that kind of assessment. I think it'd be very, very helpful, and hopefully in this environment now where Amtrak is viewed more favorably by the powers that be, that indeed you'll be able to reconstitute some of that ability, because I worked very, very closely with people who did it in those days, like John Procopi and others, and there was a very, very talented group, and it was a shame that went away.
No argument here, sir. I agree with you.
I noticed on your chart that only 54% of the causes of delays were in that bar chart that you put up, suggesting that 46% of the causes of delays were not up there. Are there any other major causes of delay that were left out of that? Because only 1/4 of them was freight train interference, and more than 75% seem to be causes other than freight train interference, which is the issue that we're mostly charged with addressing here, or could be charged with addressing here.
In general, the three top, as that slide indicated, was freight train interference, slow orders, and the next one would be signal delays, failures in the signal system.
Yeah.
Once you get beyond that, the top three, it becomes a long list of smaller delays involving third party, for example, where you might have a crossing accident, those types of things. And it's a accumulation of those small delays. So we're not leaving some big cause on the table and not talking about it. It's just accumulation of small ones.
Well, this is for both of you, because very often delays have more than one cause. For example, let's take a slow order at milepost 500 on a long-distance train, and the slow orders from milepost 500 to milepost 503, and that causes a 2-hour delay. Then, however, further on down, I say milepost 620, because of scheduling of the freight train, there's now a freight train on that track because the Amtrak train didn't show up. So now the freight train has caused some delay as well. You have multiple causes in this case, and you could actually have more causes than that. But is your metric going to be able to address multiple causes of delay, and how are you going to apportion the responsibilities? Mark, do you want to deal with that?
Well, I'll deal with it by recognizing that this is a complexity that we are still grappling with, and we'll be looking for comments in the very near future from the interested parties and the general public of how do you deal with it. Because yes, one of the interesting things that you raised is suppose that slow order was placed by a Federal Railroad Administration because of a safety issue that needed to be corrected. How do you factor that in? Do you factor that into a change in schedule or something based upon the performance standards and metrics? And that's, again, something that we need to come to closure with before we get this process going.
Mr. Cosby?
I think one of the things that has to transcend the whole metrics is common sense. And in your example, as Mr. Yakmas has said, if that's put on, that slow order is put on for safety reasons, absolutely Amtrak supports that, because we don't want anything unsafe to happen, a derailment, anything like that. But what we do want to see is what we refer to, and I'm sure you're familiar with, is a level of utility. Is when is that slow order coming off? And how long is that going to take? And if that slow order exists for some reasonable amount of time, whatever metrics we come up with needs to be able to handle the positive side of that. Also needs to be able to handle the other side, which is if it's left for 3 years and not addressed, that's a problem. And we take exception to that. And following on with your example of you have that slow order for whatever reason, is the dispatcher has a choice in your example of, okay, we have a freight train there, we have a passenger train. And that speaks to the whole issue of preference. And we can show you in many cases, and Mr. Chairman, you referred to your experience, your personal experience, where they chose the freight train, packages over people, and we take extreme exception to that.
Well, it's people who are delayed. I mean, quite frankly, it's not the train that people care about,
right.
It's people that are delayed.
Right.
And obviously some routes are more heavily traveled than others. Is there any thought being given to weighing the on-time performance measures by the amount of traffic on board? So a train that's delayed with 500 people on board would have a greater weight than a train that was delayed that had only 20 people on board.
Well, actually, Congress has told us what the standard is. It's
Mhm.
80%, and so I don't see us having the ability to say that the Cardinal, because it's basically single track and heavily used, that it's gets a pass at 60%. I think we have to use 80%.
Well, it would be 80%, but you would weight it by the number of people on board the train. I mean, I'm not sure that one precludes the other, but maybe it does. Mr. Crosby?
We wouldn't support doing that. For us, every route, every train is important. It's not like the in terms of the long distance system that it's any surprise. Those trains largely have been there since 1971, and it's important to the individual, as you've said, the passenger riding that train. And if we try to answer the complaint letter with, well, we measure it on that, that is not going to work as an answer to our customers. They expect, they pay to get on the train, they pay for the ticket, and they expect to arrive on time. And that is the implicit contract with us.
Mr. Mulvey, could I just ask a clarification of your question? Were you asking maybe about when we have to assess a fine? Were you asking for their input on whether we should be looking at?
No, I wasn't asking
Oh,
about the
okay.
fine, just simply about the measure. Let me have just one more question, and then I'll turn it over, and then we'll probably have a second round of questions. And I know that we're responsible for to look at perhaps these long-distance trains and on-time performance, and the corridor is not part of our responsibility. But Amtrak does operate the Northeast Corridor, dispatches on the Northeast Corridor. But on the Northeast Corridor, 95% of the trains that are operating on the Northeast Corridor are not Amtrak trains or freight trains, but in fact they are commuter trains. My question to you is, do you have the same kind of complaint every once in a while from commuter trains where commuter operators are complaining to Amtrak that Amtrak dispatchers are giving preference to Amtrak trains over commuter trains? Do you get that same kind of complaint, or is this something that's just Amtrak and the freight railroads? Or
we tend not to get that kind of granularity. We will get a complaint from time to time, just in general on on-time performance. And usually it's associated with a infrastructure failure, the reliability of the infrastructure in some way, catenary down, or there's been a track problem of some sort. But they don't get to, well, we saw the Amtrak train go by, and why isn't our train moving? And one of the benefits, of course, of the Northeast Corridor is it is a multi-track railroad, and when we have incidents like catenary failures, we do piece it back together again, and we try to get everybody moving as quickly as we can to their final destination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Mulvey. Commissioner Buttry, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, Mr. Crosby, do you have any idea what a grain car costs to get it from someplace in Montana to Seattle, Washington?
The figure that we used to use, and it's old, was roughly $100 a mile at times, but that may be an old figure.
It's my understanding it's not uncommon for a grain car going from someplace in Montana to the West Coast would be easily in excess of $3,000. So when you say people are used to paying their money and getting where they're going on time, I don't know what it costs to go on an Amtrak train from Chicago to Seattle or L.A., but I dare say it's not anywhere near $3,000. So, you sort of have to put this cost factor into some type of context, I guess you would say. Let me get to another question. What is your definition of preference?
The legislation is very clear on this issue. It's not conditioned in any way. It says that passenger trains, Amtrak, should get preference, full stop. The recent act that was passed didn't condition that in any way, didn't modify it in any way. In our view, it reconfirmed the original language in that area. So if a dispatcher is given a choice between operating a freight train, giving them the clear signal out of a siding, or letting Amtrak go through. Our view is it's Amtrak.
What do you happen to know what the average load factor is on long distance intercity trains? The average load factor is?
It varies by train, and it varies by season.
Right.
And we'll be happy to provide you all that detail. Many of the trains recently, as I've said earlier, the ridership is growing on them, and in some cases we are at full capacity for large sections of the entire route. Particularly our sleeper service is in high demand. On many trips, our sleepers are full. You know, with the coach side of the long distance train, you get a lot of ons and offs with it. So it does vary. But I think everyone is surprised when you go out and you ride those trains. And that's something I would urge everybody to do, is to ride the system and see with your own eyes. They are very busy. Very busy.
But basically implicit in your answer is that you don't know what the average load factor is.
It varies by train. The average.
I'm not asking you per train. I'm asking you a system-wide average, Amtrak system-wide average, long distance trains, intercity trains, like from Chicago to LA or whatever. What's the average load factor? It would seem to be a number that would be.
It's around 60 to 70.
Fairly well known.
60 to 70%, but I think you need to look at it, coach versus sleeper. It's not a simple answer. If you want an average, it's 60 to 70% is the average.
And what is your break even? What would be your average break even load factor?
Well, as you know, we lose money on our long distance routes.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is that you come into the meeting with the freight railroad, and you lay your schedule down on the table and say, well, this is our schedule, now what's yours?
No, that's not the way it happens.
That sounds like that's what happens, but you said
no.
You get an absolute preference. You lay your schedule on the table and you say, figure out a way to operate around this schedule.
If on a normal day,
I'm using your definition.
On a normal day, the schedules are agreed to with the host railroad. So on a normal day, the preference issue is really not an issue because it's already been determined. So their trains are running on schedule, our trains are running on schedule. It's not an issue. Where the preference issue comes into play is when there has been a delay and they have a choice. That's where it comes in. And the law is very clear on this issue. Very clear.
And you're also saying that hasn't been happening. Is that what you're saying?
We have many examples of where it has not happened, and on all the routes where it clearly has not happened.
Now, previous to the current legislation, the law provided that you had an avenue of appeal, if you will, in cases like that. How many cases have you brought under that provision?
We have many avenues, and in a couple of cases we have used those avenues and been successful with them. Our own arbitration with the National Arbitration Panel reconfirmed, by the way, the issue of preference, unconditional, and supported it. That case was slightly different, a slightly different issue, but it also reconfirmed that. So we have used some of the mechanisms that have been in place, and we plan to be a lot more aggressive in those areas going forward.
There are those who say that the legislation that just passed has given the board broad new powers and responsibilities under the law to get in the middle of these matters, which hasn't been the case in the past. Do you envision the STB boring down into contracts that are in existence between the carriers, between Amtrak and the freight carriers, and possibly going in and changing provisions or saying, no, this won't work. You know, this provision doesn't work anymore. It doesn't conform to the preference provisions of the law. Blah 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 blah. Do you envision the board, boring down and drilling down into these contracts and possibly going in and trying to change some of these provisions of the contract? Because normally at the board, our experience and our mandate is that if there's a contract that exists, the board doesn't get involved. It's the courts. You have to bring your case to federal court. You don't bring your case here. If you bring it here, it just gets dismissed and because it's not. This isn't the right forum. How do you see that working?
This is an area where in the case of Amtrak, our legal counsel is looking at it. I'm going to defer to them. I'm not a lawyer on it, and the jurisprudence has been existed from the past, as you have just stated, how you've handled things in the past. So we're still dealing with that, still looking at it. So I really don't have an answer today for you. It's an area where I will leave it to the lawyers to find the best way to deal with it, because it is an issue, as you point out. I think going for everyone.
Have you ever considered a money-back guarantee that if we don't get you where you're going, then you get your money back?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, sir.
I just mean that if you buy a ticket on Amtrak and they don't get you there within a certain agreed amount of time, you get your money back. You just go to the counter and say, okay, you didn't get me here on time. There's my ticket. Here's the arrival time. I want my money back.
Excuse me, Doug, they had that program in place a while back. They did have that money-back guarantee.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Mr.
asking.
Crosby.
I'm not aware of a situation where that money-back guarantee was enforced. I'm asking the question: is that a consideration?
Given the financial condition of the company, and given the current performance of the network, I don't think that'd be a fiscally prudent thing to do as a company. And depending on the circumstances today, we look at it on a case-by-case basis, and if it warrants what we refer to as a transportation certificate, we may not give all the money back. We'll provide a certificate for purchase of a ticket in the future. But if we were to do that, that loss that we sustain on the long distance would be a lot greater given the current performance.
Well, I know on the VRE, for instance, the rail line that I ride every day, I come to town because I don't drive to town. I take the railroad, and it's wonderful service, I might add, between Manassas and L'Enfant Plaza down here. I think in the whole time I've been using that service, I think maybe we had maybe a couple of delays for a short period of time, but other than that, it's been basically flawless service. They have a program that if they're over a certain amount of time late getting you from your originating point to your destination point, they give you a voucher they give you a free ticket that you can use to go anywhere on their system, basically one free ride on their system. And that sounds like an awfully good deal to me, and it puts some pressure on the organization to do what they say they're going to do, and if they don't do it, then they pay a penalty for that. The penalty is that you don't pay.
Yeah.
And that's an awfully good. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
But the presumption in what you're saying is that that's Amtrak's issue, and we would bear the burden of that. We'd be looking for compensation on the other side to make us whole, obviously depending on the cause, but in your example. But I just don't think that's an avenue that we want to go down.
Thank you. That's all I have at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Butcher. I've got a couple more questions, and I appreciate this panel's patience. This panel is very important to us because this panel is uniquely experienced in the history and how we got here, and also your respective organizations were presumably pretty involved in the legislative discussions and legislative history leading up to this new legislation, and we really weren't. And I'm not complaining about that. It's just a matter of fact we don't have the benefit of all that background and experience. We each come, and we heard from Mr. Mulvey's, Vice Chairman Mulvey comes to this job with a lot of experience. Mr. Buttrey has experience every day that's relevant as he comes and goes, and other experience, and I do as well. So it's but this panel is really crucial. So let me ask a few more. The background, the sort of how we got here, it seems to me, Mr. Crosby, this may be more for you, but Mr. Yachmetz, feel free to jump in. Before this statute, Amtrak, I guess, had the responsibility to, I'll say, blow the whistle on on-time performance problems. In other words, to shed light on it, to say, here's the data, there's a problem, to work initially, presumably, in a collaborative way with the freight railroads, if you thought they were the primary cause, and then possibly pursue arbitration that you mentioned. But yet, one reason we got this legislation, I believe, is that Congress determined that there was a chronic performance problem, that despite whatever efforts were going on, the situation wasn't even close to being to meeting kind of basic standards, and that something significantly different, a very different strategy needed to be taken. Update me on what Amtrak's experience was. Did you bring, my understanding is you had several tools at your disposal, maybe the most blunt, but also the most formal would have been some type of complaint in federal court, and we have a 1971 law about preference that is very important to Amtrak. Yet, I don't know, when I've looked at the history of this, I haven't found very many or any cases or any court determinations enforcing the preference, and just kind of want if you could amplify on what Amtrak's experience and kind of what lengths you went to address this problem, any lessons you learned that might be instructive to us.
It is prior to the act passing, is a very complicated area, and as I understand it, and greater minds than mine on the legal side can explain it to you, is that you have to present a case in front of the Department of Justice, I believe, and that is, as you can probably appreciate, is not an easy thing to do. I think there was one case in the past years ago involving the Santa Fe Railroad, and I believe it was many years ago. But it's a very complicated area in terms of putting together a case that the Department of Justice would hear. And that had, beyond that one example that I'm aware of, I don't know of any others myself. We did seek some self-help through the National Arbitration Panel, as I mentioned. But there is another side to this that you do need to consider. You'll hear testimony, I'm sure, later today from our freight partners that that they have capacity issues, schedule issues. They also had a means to seek a remedy, and you'll note that they never did it as well, seek a remedy to that. Or file any sort of an appeal to say, look, we can't run the train on time because of these reasons. And you'll see that in the history that I'm aware of never happened. So hopefully I've answered your question on it, but it's not an easy process, and I think you hit the nail on the head in that Congress looked at the existing mechanisms in place, and they just were not getting either party there, and attempted to correct that situation.
I want to make sure I understand the relationship with the past relationship with the U.S. Department of Justice. My understanding is Amtrak would need to develop a record, data, develop something like a draft complaint, consult with Justice Department lawyers and say, hey, because we're Amtrak and we're a federally created entity, our lawyers tell us we need to come to you, Justice Department, and bring this, what we think is a legitimate complaint that's a violation of the 1971 statute granting passenger rail preference. And if I understand your comments, that when those conversations happened in the past at a preliminary level, the Justice Department lawyers didn't give much in the way of a supportive of, yeah, this is a great case to bring, or we think we can win this one, or this is a good use of taxpayer dollars to prosecute this, or what kind of reaction did you get? Because
well, I wasn't personally there, so I can't speak to the reaction that was received. But I do know that the company was dealing with many other issues. If you recall, in 2002, the company almost went bankrupt, and this was not something that they were aggressively working on. The company's now stable. We're obviously aggressively working on this to improve its performance overall. So I was not was not personally involved in bringing forward any of those cases. There are others that may have been, but I do know that it's not an easy task to convince the Department of Justice to take on a case like that, where there's where it's very clear to them that the preference issue. So.
Well, I appreciate that background. You can understand how we might feel that we're taking on a little bit of a challenging new role here if the entire workforce of the Department of Justice couldn't crack this puzzle. over the last 30 years that a department of over 100,000 personnel, and we have about 140, and plus 15 maybe if we can get those. We're gonna do it, but it's just interesting to me that sort of how we got here. There are other discussions on other issues I won't bore you with today that where people come before us and suggest that we should be yielding more of our regulatory and economic regulatory responsibilities to the Department of Justice. It's kind of interesting here. We have a case where for years the Justice Department was in a position to perhaps do something to help solve a real problem and didn't. I used to work at the Department of Justice. I have very high regard for the department. I have family who've worked there. It's just, it's interesting. Let me ask the mechanics of, we're obviously looking into the mechanics of how the STB might investigate and enforce the provisions of this new statute. Let's just play out a scenario. Let's say we get 2 quarters of solid data indicating there's a long distance route that is not even close to hitting that on-time performance measure of 80%. Amtrak files a complaint. The board starts looking into it, and we determine, yep, it's certainly a chronically late route. There are several causes. One of the causes is some freight rail conflict and lack of preference being granted. Other causes would be the whole gamut of things that your testimony covers, weather, slow orders. But other causes too typically pop up as I've started looking at this. Sometimes referencing the schedules. We might look into it and determine that the Amtrak schedule at issue is unrealistic. It's maybe hasn't been adjusted over many years when ridership has gone up 15, 20, 30%. And as an experienced rail rider, I know the mechanics of getting on and off trains. We all like to think that happens seamlessly in a fixed period of time, but when you have 20% ridership growth, you're going to have presumably an uptick in the amount of time it takes to unload and load at each station. And very often schedules are never adjusted accordingly. And my understanding also is sometimes Amtrak isn't actually setting schedules if there are state-managed routes. I'm thinking about North Carolina as one example, where state authorities determine it's important to stick to a aspirational schedule rather than a realistic schedule. So if we come in and make a whole range of findings, is Amtrak ready to receive our full range of recommendations and act on them, or are you only looking for that penalty against the freight railroad for their piece of the puzzle?
Obviously, we would welcome all of your recommendations. In terms of the whole issue of schedule, though, it is something we negotiate on a regular basis with our host partners. We are open to taking into consideration gross and ridership, but we're also on the other side. And historically, if you've looked at this, we've added time in many occasions. And maybe for a few months, if that, the on-time performance has improved. But it's always went back to its previous levels. So if we're going to look at schedules, we're absolutely open to that, but it has to work both ways. It has to work on shortening the trip time when it's warranted. For example, if a large section of track gets improved and the speed can be increased, we would be looking for an improvement in the overall trip time. So but we do welcome all of your recommendations. We want to work with you and to make sure that you make an informed decision on both sides of it.
Mr. Yakimets, would you like to offer any thoughts on any of those questions?
Well, actually, I think you all are going to have a very complex package to look at when and if, and hopefully that we never get to that situation. Somebody brings a complaint to you, because the schedule and whether somebody is performing against the schedule will be the easy part of the analysis. It's then getting into what were the contributing factors to non-performance and how do you allocate relative responsibility, and that's not easy. And I think that every case will be different, and it's not going to be one of those things likely that there's one single, simple, easy cause. It's going to be a balancing of a number of different causes that may be assignable to more than one party. So.
for both of you. In the event that we receive a complaint and determine that in fact there is a problem caused by a freight railroad not granting the legally required preference to passenger rail, the new statute is silent on the amount of and type, exact sort of nature and type of penalty we should assess. It references fines. In your experience, how much money does it take to get a freight railroad's attention to correct a matter? What should the fine be? And should it be different for depending on the inconvenience caused to Amtrak and customers? Should we consider the line of questioning Dr. Mulvey had referenced in a different context? But should we look at the how many passengers were inconvenienced, the cost to Amtrak? Help me understand, or will that kind of information be offered up to us in due course? Because that would be helpful to know.
Well, again, this is an area where Congress was silent and leaves both discretion, which is both good and bad when it's left there. And, I could see situations where the cause is actually a capital issue, an investment issue, an infrastructure issue that may lend itself to consideration and pricing out. But I could also see situations where it's not something, it's more a person-based cause, and those are the ones that would be more difficult to price out.
Mr. Crosby?
I would defer to Mark on the amount on the person side, as FRA has more experience in finding people than Amtrak does. But all of the things that you mentioned, I think, are important items that you need to consider in terms of the damage, the lost revenue, the impact to the customer, what we had to do to accommodate those customers. In a lot of cases, if the train is really late, we put people up in hotels, we bus them to their destination, there's many things that we do, and all of that needs to, I think, be considered in when it comes to like a personal fine where a dispatcher has clearly made a choice to run a freight train over a passenger train. But I would defer to others' experience as to how much is enough to get their attention with it.
Mr. Crosby, are you currently conducting any special training for your employees, whether it be conductors who have been filing on-time reports for many years, but recognizing now those reports are going to be possibly used in a different forum and be possibly scrutinized and in a different way, to make sure the conductors know that? And then, for example, when you do have to put people up in hotels, if that's going to be entered into some kind of record that we're collecting, people know they now need to keep receipts that they might not have needed to keep a few months ago, that kind of just training across the board to make sure Amtrak's ready to engage in this under the new statute.
Training is obviously very important to us, something we focus heavily on, but I would submit that we have been doing that very thing for 30 plus years, and it has passed other investigations by our own IG because of the contracts between Amtrak and the Freight Railroad. So the quality in terms of what is there existed in the past is definitely as good quality, and we continue to focus on it. We have regular training sessions, something we refer to as block training, that's reinforced as part of that, but it's not something that we see as a problem. We see that those conductor reports accurately reflect what is occurring.
Mr. Yachmetz was quite specific, and I really appreciate that, Mr. Yachmetz, about aspiring to have something out on your website by the end of this month that would kind of begin a sort of a comment and feedback process in the way of, if I heard you correctly, on-time performance type draft standards, something that we can start to look at and the stakeholders can start to look at. Did I hear you correctly when you mentioned that late at the end of this month, being February?
That's correct, and it will cover the larger range of performance metrics, OTP, while it gets the on-time performance, while it gets the attention of folks. There's a wider range of performance metrics we were told to develop, and so it'll be the whole range of those put out for comment.
Mr. Crosby, do you have any similar sort of schedule of when the public might be and when we might be able to see your reaction to the FRA offering, and how how your timetable is working out to hopefully meet this mid-April deadline?
We are moving very aggressively. We've been meeting with the FRA. We have proposals on the table already of what we see are the metrics. We're working through that with their staff. We've also presented, I think, some of that to your staff as well, and we'd be willing to make those public in any way. But again, we want to make sure it's a collaborative process going forward, and we think that strictly from Amtrak's perspective, we're well along the way to getting this done. But obviously, as I said, you want to do it in a collaborative way and have agreement on all sides, which is the hurdle we got to get over.
At this point, if I could ask you to maybe give me a percentage, rough percentage, 50%, 80%, 90%. And I'm not talking about passenger rail system on-time performance. I'm talking about your projection of whether or not collectively you think you can meet the April 16th deadline, or should we be dusting off the yellow pages under arbitrators and starting to line up the formal process that we would then have to embark on if you didn't meet that deadline. And I recognize you've got decision makers who are not necessarily all in place. My understanding is Amtrak has some vacant board seats and is about to have their board sort of reconstructed by the statute. FRA has a number of decision makers that are relevant to their process that are yet to be in place. But are we looking 50-50, or is it 90% looking like it's going to happen? And
I would not want to hazard a guess, because part of it is ultimately the decision makers. I know the staff work will have options available consistent with the time frame, and it is just then who makes decisions on the options and whether they think more work is needed or whatever. So that is one of the exciting points of the career of a career civil servant, is the transition between administrations, and I just wouldn't want to hazard a guess when everybody will be ready to make a decision. I am hopeful that it'll be April 16th.
Mr. Crosby?
Our current board is very prepared to make a decision, and although it does change, I've worked in my time at Amtrak for 3 different boards, and this area is where there's always been alignment in terms of what's important to the company and important to our customers. So I don't see, just because we have some change in the board come April 16th, any issue in this area in terms of getting a decision made. They are fully prepared to make a decision and move forward, and have made it very clear to staff that all this area, as well as all of the other areas in the Act, we must hit all the dates.
Well, I want to compliment both of your organizations and both witnesses personally for being very forthcoming so far. Your teams and colleagues have been over here meeting with us. It's been a collaborative process so far. I do want to put a strong plug, though, in, if you could take back to your principals for me and deliver this message. We want this to continue to be an actively collaborative process. If we were to unfortunately see a agreement arrive in our inbox on the morning of April 16th, marked final, and that's the first time we've really seen it, it's going to be, we're not going to be, I mean, I can't say what we would do, but it wouldn't be great. It wouldn't be a great way to begin this relationship. So please do keep us actively involved and give us a little bit of time. Work that into your schedule to offer up our assessment before it goes final, because we're going to have to enforce that.
Great.
Vice Chairman Mulvey.
Thank you, Chairman Nottingham. Thank you, Chairman Nottingham. A couple of questions. A couple of things will come up in the other rounds of questions. On the money back guarantee a question, one of our colleagues back here got $200 back from Amtrak when that program was in place, I guess about a decade ago, but you did have it, and it unfortunately I don't think proved very, very successful, but it was an idea that Amtrak in fact did try.
That was part of the glide path.
Yeah, the glide path to, never mind. Along the same lines, this whole question of what Amtrak has done in the past with regard to bringing a case before the Department of Justice. And it's my understanding from having spoken with some of the Amtrak CEOs in the past, in fact, most of them, I guess, Amtrak has always been reluctant to take that route and basically preferred to try and work out these issues with the individual railroads that were involved. Is that your understanding as well, that there was this reluctance to actually take this route because it only created a more hostile environment, and that it was better to try and work it out on a case-by-case basis? Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Cosby?
It is, and I think you have to put it in the context of each point in time and where the company was in its history. And as you know, it came through a very difficult period, all joking aside, around the glide path in 2002, 2001, and the focus was elsewhere. It is a very, in order to prepare a case like that requires an enormous amount of investment of time, and it's very complicated. And, you know, you may get it to the doorstep of the Department of Justice, and that's where it stops. So it was not, that avenue was not their choice at the time. And they did try to work it out with each individual railroad, which we do have a contract with.
I have a procedural question. One of my former colleagues on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee was often very concerned about whether or not Amtrak's board of directors constituted a legal quorum, and he argued that in many cases there was not a legal quorum, and that what Amtrak was doing was not legal. And I noticed that there's quite a few vacancies on the board right now, but does Amtrak have a quorum, or does it require every member to show up in order for there to be a quorum?
Well, the 97 Act requires 4 members to be a quorum, and there are 4 members right now.
And must they all show up for a meeting in order to be a quorum, or if only 3 show up, the fact that they're all 4 members, they still would have a quorum, or must they have all 4 show up for the meeting in order for them to take decisive action?
In 15 years of observing Amtrak board actions, they've always had all the members take part of a vote.
Okay. You're familiar with the issue, though, that
yes, I am.
Our former colleague had raised on numerous occasions.
And I'm hoping that the board, as configured on April 16th, takes care of a lot of those issues too.
Question about on-time performance, and you mentioned in your testimonies that, you know, on the one hand you have Amtrak's operating schedule. Amtrak schedules it puts out a schedule of its trains, timetables, and yet the freight railroads are the ones who have to accommodate that, as Mr. Butchie was arguing. Do you believe that freight railroads ought to have some say in Amtrak timetables? And is there a way with modern communications technology to get away from these printed timetables and have timetables that are more real time, so that they can be adjusted relatively quickly to take into account slow orders, construction, or what have you, so that Amtrak is able to give people a much better expectation as to whether they're going to be on time or not?
Okay. As you know, we issue a timetable twice a year, and the schedules that are in there are part of the negotiation with each one of the behind the scenes, the back office, if you will, with each of the host railroads. So it's not like we drop something on the table and say, thou shalt run. It is discussed, negotiated. There's been cases where we have added time. For example, the auto train, we added an hour to that schedule recently in the last couple of years. We do from time to time when there's large track programs, for example, a California Zephyr. We'll make an interim adjustment publicly and issue that, and advise our customers through, you may be familiar with it, Arrow and other means as well. So we do that, but it is, but you have to have a standard by which you're measured to. And that is something that they have agreed to. Well,
yes, I agree. You know, one of the challenges the whole process is not just the measurement of performance, but what you're measuring it against. I think that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, technology is evolving so that the opportunities to do these evaluations, both in the area of considering more variables, but also in real time, offers opportunities in the future that one can have a much more flexible schedule base. And the other thing that's going on too is more and more of Amtrak's customers, just like more and more aviation customers, are doing their research online and not with the printed schedule. And so that again offers opportunities for more flexibility in dealing with situations as they arise.
That's what I was thinking. Most people don't have a printed schedule anymore. Most people don't have tariffs anymore. They go online to see what the schedule is, and that can be adjusted much more in real time than you can read print schedules.
If I could just add to, there's two issues in that. There's the performance standard that you deal with the host partner, and then there's the performance standard with the customer. And our online systems today, if you go on Amtrak.com or Amtrak to go on your BlackBerry PDA, it will tell you the estimated time on a particular train when it's going to arrive. It'll take its current performance and extrapolate, given the schedule, behind the scenes, it'll extrapolate it. You're going to be 15 minutes off the schedule for that specific train. That exists today.
Well, the airlines had it was a requirement for a while that when the airlines published their schedules, that they had in the last column of the computerized reservation systems that the travel agents use, the final column it had on-time performance for the individual routes, giving people information as to what their expectations might be for that flight. And my understanding was it didn't have much of an impact on people's decision making. That it wasn't so much whether it was on time or not; it's whether or not it was the flight that I wanted. Unfortunately, people want the flights that tend to be delayed because those are the flights that operate in the most congested times. Along those same lines, frequency of service is in classical travel demand theory. Service frequency is an important determinant of mode choice. And I was just sort of wondering that whether or not on-time performance has some relationship to frequency, because it gets to that whole issue of the preferred time versus the actual time of departure and arrival, and that if people's expectations are that it's not going to make it on time, that it affects their demand. I was just wondering if you guys have looked at any of that kind of thing. Does this fit into the classical mode choice modeling analysis, or is it something that hasn't been looked at yet by Amtrak or by the DOT, FRA?
Well, I think you can almost back into this. We haven't done the analysis on intercity passenger, but I think that if you back into this by looking at the customer service index, which is their the CSI, customer service index. If you look
TV
at
show, isn't it? Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, but if you look at it, the top areas go to reliability of service, and so if that's what people have their complaints about, that probably is a good indicator that drives people's modal decisions. Not maybe the first time they take Amtrak, but whether they take Amtrak a second time or a third time. So yeah, we don't have any good analytical data, but I think that shows, supports the contention that this is a driver of ridership.
Well, that's always been an issue of a second time, that if the experience is bad enough the first time, too often, unfortunately, there won't be a second time. And there was always the old concern that Amtrak was going to run out of people, and that was going to affect overall long-term demand. But apparently, good for Amtrak in the sense that travel continues to increase year after year, and so it's still been a growth industry. I have one other question, and that is, you've mentioned the importance of the intra city ridership. That we have these trains that are scheduled to take off from Chicago and arrive in Los Angeles or Seattle or San Francisco, but very often it's the travel that is within that long distance that really is the bulk of Amtrak's demand. And yet, when you're only running one day train a day, or sometimes in some cases tri-weekly service, you don't really get very much in terms of quality of departure and arrival times in these intermediate stops. This is a long-term problem for rail. But it strikes me that there seems to be an opportunity here to begin to address this, that if we substitute for these long trains much more service, say between Denver and Salt Lake City or Omaha and Denver, what have you, a shorter distance travelers, and get the investment in the infrastructure, the track infrastructure that would benefit both the freight and rail, the passenger and freight services, that would allow simultaneously for more frequent services, more timely services between these intra-city pairs. Everyone would benefit. And I'm just wondering if you have any comment on whether or not this joint approach of passenger and freight to increase capacity on these intra routes would be a way to go, which might solve a lot of this problem.
We agree with what you've presented. And as recent, to the last 6 months, I think you're aware that the on-time performance on the freight railroads has improved. And we see growth with that. We're seeing currently, rough numbers, 10% growth on our long distance trains. And but when you dive down into what's the heart of that, it is what you mentioned. It is those intermediate city pairs that's driving that. And we believe that going forward for Amtrak, our primary business model is growth in corridor service, which is what you're talking about. And we actually have hard evidence now that if the trains run on time in between those intermediate points, there is demand there. And we're seeing more and more of that. They only have the one option today of the one train, Salt Lake City to Denver. We have to analyze, the business case for that and make sure it works. But inherently, we see that as the future opportunity for Amtrak is corridor service in the country, and it deals with a whole bunch of other issues for other modes, in terms of more highway infrastructure, and the benefit there. It's a lot less money for us to put a train on than it is to build a new highway.
Well, I mentioned frequency of service, but a frequency is also time dependent. A train that departs at 9 a.m. is very different from one that departs at 3 a.m.
Right.
And you can't do much about that if you're running a train that's scheduled from Chicago to San Francisco. You can't optimize the departure time on intermediate points unless you're running multiple trains.
Multiple trains, and what I've seen in my experience, the typical number, you obviously run it during the times when it makes sense, people are awake and wanting the peak demand times. But when you get to 6, 7 frequencies, 8 frequencies, that's when demand really takes off.
Right. I think there used to be an old frequency delay factor, which was, I think, 1 to the E minus KF, and it basically very, very similar to the decomposition of atomic decay, that the importance of frequencies declines as you get to about hourly operations. So,
correct.
Anyway, thank you. I'm finished.
Okay.
Mr. Butcher, any further questions?
No further questions. I'd just like to thank the witnesses for their coming today, and appreciated your testimony. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further questions either. I really appreciate the patience of both of you. Thank you. As you can tell, this is important to us. We're taking this really seriously, and we look forward to working with you and your colleagues. So, best of luck, and we look forward to seeing you soon. I expect probably the next time we're together at a hearing, I may well be sitting next to you rather than in front of you, and up on the hill down the street. So, but I hope to see you before then. Now we'll call up our next panel, which is a one-person panel representing state transit agencies. We have the Southern California Regional Rail Authority, also known as MetroLink, with us today, represented by Mr. Keith F. Millhouse. Mr. Millhouse, welcome. Thanks for patiently waiting. And whenever you're ready, and please do introduce your colleague to us, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Nottingham. This is Chuck Spatolnik, and he's with a law firm with a lot of names I can't recite off the top of my head, but he's here with me today, as well as our Chief Executive Officer, David Solo, who you'll be hearing from later in your hearing. He's with the American Public Transportation Association in a vice chair role for a committee.
Mr. Millhouse, just make sure the mic is pointed in a way that captures your full voice. I struggle with that too, but and if anyone in the back is having trouble with the sound at any time today, if you could just kind of signal we have staff around the room who can help us make sure we're on track.
I think it's on. Just bring it a little bit closer to you.
Okay. I'm on a variety of boards and panels, and each one works differently, so I apologize in connection with that. I am the chair of the Southern California Regional Rail Authority for all of 1 month now. The Metrolink, as it's commonly known, is a joint powers authority consisting of the transportation commissions from the counties of Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura. And I'm pleased to have this opportunity to present Metrolink's position on several of the issues that the board will be addressing as it implements the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act of 2008. I think I can safely say that the nation's commuter rail providers are all committed to providing efficient, high-quality service to their constituents. But each of us operates in a unique environment. That's especially true of Metrolink. Metrolink provides mass transit to all 5 counties in the most densely populated regions of coastal Southern California, serving an area of approximately 21 million people. We currently operate over 500 miles of commuter rail service, 124 of which are in a shared corridor right-of-way with Amtrak and the freight railroads. Our operations in the shared corridor began in 1993. Unlike many other commuter rail providers in this country, Metrolink is the host rail provider over a significant portion of its network, and the freight railroads and Amtrak provide service over Metrolink lines under agreements with Metrolink. This arrangement differs from the typical scenario in other regions, for instance, the Northeast, where the freights are the host railroads. In Southern California, Metrolink and Amtrak have developed an effective working relationship that allows efficient, reliable intercity and commuter rail operations to serve one of the densest and widest ranging population centers in the United States, while at the same time accommodating a tremendous amount of freight traffic. We've submitted detailed written testimony in this proceeding, so my presentation today will only briefly summarize those issues of most concern to our agency. First, we urge the board to focus on the need to take into account the potential impacts implementation of the Act may have on commuter rail operators that share corridors with Amtrak, as the FRA and Amtrak lead the effort to formulate standards and metrics for their intercity passenger service. As the board and other stakeholders participate with the FRA and Amtrak to put such standards in place, commuter rail operators must receive the same priority treatment the Act specifies for Amtrak and other intercity passenger rail operations. The metrics governing the performance of intercity passenger rail providers must take into account the preservation and expansion of commuter rail service in the metropolitan areas linked by long-distance providers. Now, this does not in any way presume that the intersection of commuter rail service with intercity operations would compromise either one of them. However, the nature and operational patterns that characterize commuter rail service and which distinguish it from intercity operations will be an important consideration in ensuring that intercity trains successfully navigate congested metropolitan areas. Second, the board must take into account the need to preserve the effectiveness of existing operations agreements between Amtrak and commuter rail operators, as the board institutes procedures for dealing with complaints about intercity rail service. The Act's mandate that the board take an increased role in mediating disputes between Amtrak and commuter operators is a clear indication that Congress recognizes the need to assist intercity and commuter rail operators in gaining access to the rail corridors and the facilities they require in order to serve the public. The enforcement procedure set forth in the Act allows the board to start an investigation and enforcement action on the basis of complaints by Amtrak or to launch an investigation of its own. The procedure does not mandate participation from the host rail carrier and does not provide a mechanism to settle or otherwise resolve any alleged impediment to satisfactory intercity service. However, Metrolink's existing relationship with Amtrak exemplifies the framework which is embodied in the legislation, including such elements as shared track, equipment, and services. Metrolink and Amtrak operate successfully under private agreements that they have carefully negotiated and have been in place for a number of years. As drafted, however, the Act could be construed as effectively abrogating portions of Metrolink's existing contracts with Amtrak by permitting Amtrak to take any complaints directly to the board without first seeking the remedies set forth in its agreements with Metrolink. Metrolink, in turn, would be subject to a fundamentally changed relationship with Amtrak for which it did not bargain and which could potentially harm our ability to provide safe, effective commuter rail services. Metrolink urges the board to keep in mind that any regulations and complaint procedures you adopt as it implements the Act should be tailored to take into account instances where Amtrak and the host operator have existing agreements in place, and to allow those parties to continue to rely on the remedies and dispute resolution procedures they negotiated and which are contained in the agreement. Finally, Metrolink is pleased to recognize the potential for the board to play a significant and beneficial role through its expanded power as the mediator of access disputes between the commuter rail providers and freight rail carriers under Section 401 of the Act, which provides that after a reasonable period of negotiation, if the commuter rail operator cannot agree to terms for a freight rail carrier to use trackage of and have related services provided by the freight rail carrier for purposes of commuter rail transportation, either party may submit to the board for non-binding mediation using the processes already in place for mediation of freight rail rate disputes. The board should act to bring the freight railroads to the table to participate toward resolution of access disputes involving commuter rail operators. Rather than leaving commuter rail operators to negotiate in isolation for access to a freight rail lines, the Act empowers the board to bring consistency and a well-informed policy perspective to the task of settling disputes and allowing both the freights and local commuter operators room to maneuver. The continued accessibility and reliability of commuter rail service is a key component of the success of passenger rail generally in the United States. Enhancing opportunities for commuter rail providers to serve their constituent communities will also advance the interest explicitly set forth in the Act to preserve and expand access to the nation's rail network by intercity passenger operators. Metrolink submits that the consideration of the foregoing factors will aid the board in its expanded role to increase the effectiveness of the national rail network for commuter and intercity passenger rail operations. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Millhouse. We appreciate your coming all this way and helping us understand the commuter rail perspective on this legislation. What's your, I guess, expectation, if I could use that word, of the board? Do you anticipate that, I'm thinking about the provision of the new legislation that references non-binding mediation that the board can oversee and administer. Do you anticipate that commuter railroads will take advantage of that provision and be bringing some mediation cases to the board?
We have existing agreements with respect to Amtrak and also some shared agreements with respect to the freight operators in terms of priorities. And I think we've negotiated those. Our concern with respect to the freight railroads, and we're in a little bit of a different position than other commuter rail agencies, is that the leverage in the negotiation sometimes is inherently unfair. Now, because we are the owners/host railroad, we have some additional authority that some other commuter rail operations do not have. But I think it's important to have the ability for this board to serve as a mediator subsequent to the exhaustion of remedies within any contractual agreements, or to address those particular concerns, because the interest of moving freight can at times be different than the interest of moving people and passengers efficiently. We've done a very good job within the Southern California region of effectuating that, but should it be necessary to have the board step in the cases to deal with the freights, I think that in certain situations that may be proper.
I'd like to take advantage of your presence here to ask what I might call a capacity question. In Southern California, in the area that you're most familiar with, is there adequate rail capacity to have both an outstanding system of commuter rail, passenger rail, and freight rail, or is there a need for significant additional new capacity investments?
We have challenges within the Southern California system because over 40% of all the goods that come into the country come through the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, and much of that is shipped out through the freight railroad system. Also operating a commuter rail system that carries 1 million people a month, capacity is an issue, and I would like to see enhanced capacity. We are doing the best job we can under the current system. However, expansion of capacity is certainly something that's going to have to occur in light of the tremendous success of our commuter rail operations from a passenger standpoint and the need to accommodate additional freight growth. So additional capacity will be necessary in Southern California, and we're hoping that as part of new initiatives in Congress and enhanced lobbying on our behalf that we'll be able to effectuate that as part of a comprehensive program in the Southern California region.
And if you could, since we've been speaking a lot today about on-time performance, how is Metrolink doing? What are you able to report to your riders that what can they expect regarding on-time performance on your system?
We're very fortunate at Metrolink. Our overall average is in excess of 90% on time. And the one line that we had some trouble with over the course of time was the Riverside line, which had some dispatching that was being done by the freight railroads. We have sat down with the freight railroads, we've worked that out, and we seem to be doing much better in connection with that. But an overall on-time performance in excess of 90% is very outstanding. And one of the differences, I think, between a commuter rail system versus an intercity system is that commuters have an expectation of being on time because they need to be at their job, let's say at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. And then when they leave to come home, they want to get home in a timely fashion. There's a little more flexibility in inner city, but we're very fortunate because of our working relationship with Amtrak to be a great feeder for their system. The route up and down the coast goes through the area that I represent from Ventura County, and I'm an often rider of the train that goes up to the Santa Barbara area and then conversely down to San Diego. So I've seen tremendous growth within that system. We've worked with Amtrak to accommodate them, and I think we've got a very efficient contractual relationship with Amtrak. I had the joy of reading it on the plane ride out, and it's very lengthy, but one thing I did notice was the prompt resolution of any scheduling type of disputes. And I'd hate to see some unintended consequences of the act result in an abrogation of that because it is so efficient and timely. For example, when our schedulers get together, if there's an adjustment of the schedule, if they can't agree upon that, then the higher-ups, for lack of a better term, and I could pull the contractual thing out, are required to meet within 7 days. And if that doesn't get resolved, then within 10 days, everyone appoints an arbitrator. So you're, in essence, getting this done very quickly, which is the key. But we certainly are very supportive of the Amtrak system. Again, we're a great feeder for the system. We like to respect the contractual relationships as they exist, and we'd also like to see the board be in a position when necessary with the freight railroads, especially in cases of disparate bargaining power, have the ability to step in terms of ensuring on-time performance.
Well, you're to be commended for hitting 90% and better on-time performance. That's outstanding. Vice Chairman Mulvey, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chip. A couple. First, I want to say that several years ago I was out to visit Metrolink, and I visited their maintenance facility, and I was very impressed. You could actually eat off the floor there. It was really unbelievable how modern, how efficient, how clean the operation was. So you're to be commended with an excellent facility. Would you say that commuter travelers are more time sensitive than, and I think I've heard you say this, than Amtrak riders, and therefore, if that's the case, if the elasticity of demand is much more responsive to being on time, that maybe commuter trains should have a preference over Amtrak trains? Or
it's hard to address with respect to Amtrak. My personal experience in riding Amtrak has been more leisurely, or I'm going to a business meeting that I have planned some additional scheduling time in. So I don't want to speak for the system as a whole. I can only share my personal experience. But with respect to our commuter rail operations, it is very time sensitive, and we never run time sensitivity at the expense of safety. But it is important for us to get people to their jobs on time, because if they are habitually late, and this was something that came up with the Riverside line, then they say, gee, I can't get to my job on time. If I don't get to my job on time, I'm not going to have my job. Therefore, I revert back to driving in an automobile, which is something we want to discourage in Southern California.
Which also makes it difficult to get there on time. But the diurnal trip back and forth, you want people to be there on time, and people want to get home on time at the same by the same token. Let me ask you a question on track use costs. You say you provide, of the 500 miles you operate, more than 120 miles are also shared with Amtrak and the freight railroads, and you are the host. What is the basis for your assessing track use costs to Amtrak and the freight railroads? Do you use the incremental cost method, which is what is typical of the Amtrak freight railroad Amtrak relationship, or do you try and capture some of the allocated costs as well, fully allocated costs as well?
Not only was I not good in economics in college, I'd have to defer to our chief executive officer. That's as a board member, I'm more at the macro level, and I can't answer that specifically, and I hate to give you misinformation. So when he testifies, I'm sure he'll be able to address that, and or we can get you that information.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Buttrey, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the witness. So some of your trains are dispatched by UP, some of your trains are dispatched by Amtrak, and some of your trains are dispatched by your own dispatching. Is that correct, or?
Well, we have
I misunderstand you.
We have a very large system, and we have a dispatch center in Pomona responsible for a large area of that. I believe we have some of the freight system that. No Amtrak dispatchers. There is a small freight component with respect to UP and the BNSF in some of the outlying areas, which I believe are San Bernardino. But generally, most of these Southern California operations are at the Metrolink Operations Center.
So it's either UP or BN, one or the other?
For that small segment, yes.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're dispatching your own.
Correct.
You're in control of your own operations. Do you all have a money-back guarantee? Or if you're late, do you give your passengers a free ride ticket or anything like that?
We do have a customer service guarantee in connection with trains that are delayed a certain amount of time, and the particulars of that the chief executive officer I'm sure can address, but we've done a very good job in terms of customer service. I think one area we are striving to improve on is when there are delays, people that are waiting further down the system, we're working on establishing a better electronic passenger information system to alert them to the potentiality for delays further down the line. But I would consider our customer refund policy very generous because we're interested in retaining our riders. And what we have found is even after the run-up in gas prices and the subsequent coming down of those, we have retained a significant portion of the people that ride the system. So once they ride it, they're hooked. And that's important for us. So if someone has a bad experience on Metrolink and it's our fault, we like to give, for example, we have 10-trip passes or certain discounts on a monthly pass, things like that.
What is your busiest O&D pair on your system?
I'm sorry, the O&D pair is the busiest, and you'll have to confirm. I was going to say that was my guess. The Los Angeles to San Bernardino line is the heaviest traveled. We have a Los Angeles San Bernardino line, and Los Angeles down a little south of Orange County, north up to the Antelope Valley, and then up to the end of Ventura County, as well as some between the Inland Empire and Orange County.
Where's your station in Orange County? I'm just curious.
We have a number of stations in Orange County: Buena Park, Tustin, Anaheim. I'm sure I'm missing a few there.
What's your largest station down there?
I believe the Irvine station is.
Irvine or
Anaheim. Now, do you own any of your right-of-way, or is it all owned by other
Most
carriers?
of technically, we own our right-of-way as the member agencies, the transportation agencies within the various counties own much of it. We maintain the tracks for Metrolink within there. So I guess indirectly we have control, although technically it's not ownership in a large part of that area.
So you have a contract with a government agency to operate the commuter rail service on those lines.
We have operating authority from the members, the county transportation commissions operating those lines.
Okay. Could anybody else come in and go to those entities and say, you know, we think we could do a lot better job than is being done. We want you to knock those guys off and put us on. Is that a possibility, or is that not a possibility?
I don't think that's a possibility.
It's a technical possibility because we act for our member agencies, so they can choose someone else other than us.
So if the Joint Powers Authority was either dissolved or they decided a new Joint Powers Authority should be operating a commuter system on their lines, then that would be the case. But since each of the agencies is a member of the Metrolink Joint Powers, I would think that, well, technically possible would be fairly unlikely.
So does your agreement with them comes up on a regular cycle, and like a TV station or a radio station or something has to go in and say, you ought to give this right to us again because we're doing a good job, and then somebody else could come in and say, well, really they're not doing a good job. They failed in these areas, and we think you ought to put somebody else on, and we have an idea who that ought to be. So that is a technical possibility.
I'd have to defer that to the chief executive or our contracts attorney there, because I don't know the micros of that, and I'd hate to give you the incorrect answer.
I'm just trying to figure out whether there's some barrier to entry or no barrier to entry, if you will, in that market, because if there's no barrier to entry, your level of concern over service is a lot higher, it would seem to me. But if there is a barrier to entry, either through contract or whatever, you might just take the position that, you know, this business is ours. We'll run it any way we want to, within limits.
No, I understand, you know, your questioning and where you're going on that. I think that although that may technically be an occurrence and is not a likelihood, that the pride we take in running the system is reflected in the fact that each of our jurisdictions carries the people we live amongst. And so we hear directly, you know, if you live in Orange County and you represent Orange County, I represent Ventura County. And so I have a personal stake in the success of the commuter rail system out there. And if it's not being run well, I get stopped at the grocery store, people come up to me, they tell me suggestions, they recognize me riding the train. So we have a vested interest. And
they know where you live.
Pretty much all that. They have my phone numbers, you know, the whole 9 yards. And
now you say you represent Ventura County. Are there how many other people like you are there in the system? Are you?
We have an 11-member board. We have 4 representatives from Los Angeles County. Los Angeles County contributes the largest share of funding for the operation. And then there are 2 members from each of the other counties, with the exception of Ventura. We are the smallest financial contributor in the system. And then in addition to our 11 board members, we have 10 additional alternate members, but those individuals are engaged in our discussion, although they technically don't vote on issues. So we have a fairly robust board representing a wide geographical area, and it's been very successful in regionalism for the system. So you don't find, for example, Orange County being favored over San Bernardino or Riverside. The success of the system as a result of the diversity and the broad views and the regional thinking that we have in the Southern California region.
Do you know what your average load factors are on your trains?
I don't have the specifics on that. I can tell you that depending on the line, and it does vary by line, some of the trains can be standing room only during the rush hours. And we have an order, we're expecting approximately 115 new rail cars coming in. They're were designed in connection with the Volpe Center and Department of Transportation to incorporate crash energy management technology, so they will be some of the most technologically advanced, if not the most technologically advanced rail cars in the country, and we're expecting the delivery of the first batch of those at the end of this particular year.
Are those double-decker type cars?
Yeah, they're kind of the tri-levels in the sense there's a bottom, there's a kind of a middle tapering on the ends, and then there's an upper level. So there's a bottom level, an upper level, and kind of a mezzanine level on the ends of the cars.
Sort of a Sounder type car.
Very similar in style to the Sounder cars. Now, the new cab cars have the crash energy management technology up front, and recently I traveled to Korea to take a look at the technology there because they're building the prototype there, and then they'll ship it to Philadelphia where they will build in mass under the Buy American program once they get the system and the car design. So we're very excited about that. We've seen tremendous growth in our ridership over the course of time, where we're now carrying almost, if not in excess of 1 million passengers each month. It's kind of right at that level where it goes up and down. So the system has been very successful. Obviously, everyone's aware of the tragedy that occurred last year, and we've taken a bit of a beating in the press, albeit much of it's speculative as the investigation continues. But the board and our staff has responded very aggressively in trying to come up with interim things to make the system even safer, because I believe in the system. It's a safe system, and I ride the train personally, much like you. I don't do it on a daily basis because it doesn't take me there activity-wise, but I ride it to see what's going on the rail, how can we make this system better, what are the unique challenges as you travel throughout the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, Mr. Milhouse, a quick housekeeping question, and this might help our court reporter we have with us. You got a little bit of help on a couple questions from an associate in the front row, which is fine. Just maybe give the name and so
yes,
we have that.
That is David Solow, S-O-L-O-W, and he is the Chief Executive Officer of Metrolink, so he's the nuts and bolts guy.
Great, thanks. That's helpful. Just real quick, I have one question. I think I may try to ask this of each of our panels. How do you define late, as far as a late train, if you're keeping performance standards? We heard from Amtrak that they have some different definitions up to now, depending on the type of train, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. If it's a cross-country train, I don't know if they up to, it was an hour the longest we heard from them. I can't remember, but 30 minutes is the longest they used. How do you guys define that in your work?
I believe we define it as 5 minutes and 59 seconds late, and I think our chief executive can confirm that, or he's shaking his head in the affirmative. So, because it is a commuter service and we run on tighter schedules, that's the parameters we use. So when we get a 90+% on-time performance, and it's probably closer to 95, I know on the Ventura line, we've been 96 or 97% regularly. We're, I think, the most on-time line within our system, but we're very proud of that fact.
And as your system has grown and matured, have you found you need to occasionally adjust your schedules to account for the time it takes for more people to get on and off the train at different stations?
There have been schedule adjustments. I don't know if they have been in particular relation to the people that board and disembark at particular locations, but we've analyzed certain. We had certain speed reduction rules that we put in place in connection with certain speed zones. So as a result of that, we have tinkered with the schedule. But our passengers are fairly understanding. I think we do a good job publicizing when that is anticipated. There's a good electronic network of information out there. But it is necessary to kind of tinker with the schedule at times because of the complexity of all the scheduling. We try to avoid that if we can. But there are reasons to do that, and we add service at times. There's additional other considerations that come into play.
Thanks. I have no further questions. Vice Chairman Mulvey?
A couple of minor questions, operations questions. Does the Amtrak San Diego operate over the Metrolink's right-of-way?
Yes.
And that's 7-8 trains a day, I believe, and you dispatch those?
They have a number of trains. When they enter our service area, then we're responsible for the dispatch. I believe south of our service area, there is a different dispatch center.
You wouldn't know the on-time performance of those trains, would you, by any chance?
I do not have.
We have those data ourselves, but I just wouldn't.
My personal experience in riding it, because I've taken from Los Angeles Union Station down to San Diego, it's been very punctual. I've been very impressed by the Amtrak service as well as the number of people on the Amtrak trains.
There's a proposal to construct a high-speed rail train between Victorville, California, and Las Vegas. And I noticed that your map of your operating system, you go off of San Bernardino, and I believe Victorville's in San Bernardino County, but was there any thought of extending the Metrolinx operations to meet up with a Victorville train to Las Vegas, if indeed that was ever going to be built?
I don't think we've had any hardcore discussions on that, because I think the likelihood of that actually happening is a little suspect. There was a California high-speed rail bond measure that passed. However, they have not engaged in active discussions with the Metrolink system in Southern California, although they believe they're going to use the Metrolink right-of-way for their high-speed rail system. So it'll be a bit of a challenge there in terms of actually bringing that to fruition.
They're talking about using Metrolink right-of-way for the high-speed rail between Victorville and Las Vegas?
No, Victorville and Las Vegas is not.
That's a different.
That's a different high-speed rail that's been talked about.
That's a private operation, and
right.
Yeah, okay.
The high-speed rail that was talked about by the High-Speed Rail Authority, and for which the voters authorized a certain number of dollars of bonds. I think it's $9 billion, and they'll need $40 billion. They have to get private financing before they can use some of the money.
That's San Francisco, right?
Yeah, that's basically Los Angeles, San Francisco, Los Angeles out to the San Bernardino type area and down to San Diego. Again, the problem with that is operating in the environment that we're operating in, you have to have complete grade separations. And as an example, to go from Los Angeles to San Bernardino on a line we already do, you could grade separate that for a fraction of the cost of building a brand new duplicative high-speed rail network, and your operating speeds are roughly the same, because we could increase the operating speeds of the Metrolink train such that the difference between that and a high-speed rail train that is making the same number of stops would be negligible. So that issue hasn't been addressed. I'm also on the regional council of the Southern California Association of Governments, which is a body that represents about 16 or 17 million people. It's the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and we've studied extensively the concept of magnetic levitation and the potential for that, and the demand for that type of service. And that was one of the problems, is that you can't achieve the high speeds you need without making the stops at a number of locations. The more stops you make, the less effectiveness of the high-speed train, and then if you don't make the stops, you don't have the passenger load that helps offset the cost. So it's horns of a dilemma there.
I recall the first maglev, California-Nevada maglev commission, and actually rode out the I-15 corridor to see all the problems it was going to run into. In fact, one of the things that stopped it was the presence of the Mojave ground tortoise. So the world's slowest animal stopped the world's fastest train, or partly responsible for stopping the world's fastest train. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Butcher, any further questions? Thank you, panel. It's been very helpful, and we appreciate your being here. Look forward to working with you. We'll do two things now concurrently. We'll invite the next panel to come forward. That would be Mr. David Solo and Mr. Ross Capon. And at the same time, we'll take a 3-minute comfort break for all concerned, including our stenographer, recorder, and we'll be resuming in 3 minutes. Thank you. Hall, if you need to converse. We are delighted today to be joined by two witnesses representing the broad sector of the passenger rail interests. First, we will hear from Mr. David Solo, representing the American Public Transportation Association, who seems to be wearing multiple hats today, and we welcome you, Mr. Solo. And also, we welcome Mr. Ross B. Capon, representing the National Association of Railroad Passengers. And we look forward to both your testimony, and we'll start with Mr. Solo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Chief Executive Officer of the Southern California Regional Rail Authority, which you obviously know now because I responded from the cheap seats, which provides commuter rail service in the Los Angeles area. I also serve as the Vice Chair for Commuter and Intercity Rail, and that's the capacity I'm here today, on APTA's Executive Committee, which is the Association's Policy Board. Previously, you've heard from my board chairman, Keith Milhouse, who spoke on behalf of Metrolink. I might also add, Mr. Chairman, that I used to be the Director of Project Development and Train Scheduling for New Jersey Transit, which ran your service into into New York, and if there were any on-time performance problems, they came on my desk also. So I have both an East Coast and a West Coast experience. I appear before you today on behalf of APTA, an international public transit trade agency with over 1,500 public and private sector members who serve 90% of the American transit riding public. The past 3 years there have been remarkable gains for public transportation in the United States. Ridership continued to increase, a pattern that has been characteristic for the past several years. Ridership on commuter rail was up 5.5% in 2007 over the previous year and continues to grow despite the economy. In FY 2006, APTA's commuter rail members provided 441 million passenger trips over some 350 million vehicle miles. In terms of track on the ground, FY 2006 saw over 8,000 track miles in operation, with some 125 additional route miles under construction and almost 2,000 route miles in design and the planning pipeline. Most of these are on freight and former freight corridors. All of the nation's commuter rail operators are members of APTA, and as our constituents, they are the most likely to be affected as the Passenger Rail Investment Improvement Act of 2008 is implemented. Our first set of concerns relates to the potential effects of the Act on existing access agreements, and our second to the Board's implementation of its powers to mediate disputes over access between host freight railroads and commuter rail agencies. As you know, the majority of corridors in use by commuter rail providers is owned by freight railroads. For instance, my agency, Metrolink, as Mr. Milhouse stated, shares track with the BNSF and Union Pacific. Metro North and New Jersey Transit in the New York Metro region share the Northeast Corridor with CSX and Amtrak, and a Metro in the greater Chicago area shares lines with BNSF, the Union Pacific, and Canadian National Railroads. The continuing necessity to accommodate all these demands on a limited network and to ensure access for commuter rail providers who have neither the positional advantage of the freight railroads or the statutory priority enjoyed by Amtrak will demand the Board vigorously take up this expanded role. To be sure, many of the actions mandated in the Act, specifically the increased role of the Board, will potentially benefit commuter rail providers. However, in protecting Amtrak's priority over freight traffic as set in Section 213 of the Act, APTA urges the Board not to disturb existing access agreements related to commuter rail operations or otherwise impede commuter rail access to facilities. Commuter railroads provide vital passenger service and have built their systems based on carefully negotiated access agreement with the freight railroads. If the implementation of the Act has the effect of rendering these existing agreements invalid, the resulting impact on commuter railroads and their passengers will be devastating. APTA is very pleased to see that many of the recommendations we offered during the debate on the bill are reflected in the enacted legislation. Section 401 of the Act directs the Board to mediate disputes on a non-binding basis between host freight railroads and commuter rail providers seeking access to freight lines. If one of the negotiating parties requests the Board to do so, the process will be helpful in ensuring that the public benefits of providing commuter rail service to communities and the citizens are recognized. These provisions also provide a forum to review the terms and costs which public commuter rail systems must pay to operate service on private railroads, a matter in which the Board's nationwide perspective will be valuable. A number of our member agencies across the country are expanding their systems, including such markets as Greater Los Angeles, Denver, Salt Lake City, and Tampa. These efforts entail a great deal of negotiation with the freight railroads for access to corridors. As one academic study has commented, there is no single best shared use agreement. Issues encountered commonly include, for example, the purchase or lease of right-of-way, exchanges of property, relocation of existing facilities, acquisition of easements, and need to maintain service to the freight's existing customers as any planning, construction, and service startup go forward. There is no question that the nation's rail network is severely congested, particularly in the urban areas where commuter railroads are most needed, and the freight railroads enjoy the opening advantage in negotiations for access. For these reasons, in promulgating mediation practices, we believe the Board should prescribe mandatory good faith participation in access negotiations with potential penalties for the failure to do so. This is vital to ensuring the mediation system is viable and valuable rather than an opportunity to delay in resolving disputes. While the demand for commuter rail and all forms of public transportation are growing, public transit providers now face a difficult fiscal environment that is without precedent. We must conserve our limited resources and put them in the most efficient use we can muster. If, because of unforeseen effects of this legislation, our members are forced to renegotiate agreements on which they have relied for years, It will take resources away from serving the millions of riders who depend on public transportation. Furthermore, as commuter rail providers pursue the expansion and enhancement of their systems, the board's assistance in bringing the freight roads to the table to engage in a meaningful negotiation may make the difference in whether or not a project of benefit to the public goes forward. Effort not spent spinning wheels in negotiation can be expended getting real wheels in the motion on the rails. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board this morning, and of course we'll be willing to answer any other questions about Metrolink. And I hope that the views of the commuter rail industry will be useful as the board makes the vital policy decisions required to implement the Passenger Rail Investment Improvement Act of 2008. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Mr. Capon?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I'm president of the National Association of Railroad Passengers. I've watched Amtrak closely since its existence. I was hired by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Transportation and Construction 4 months after Amtrak began operating in '71. I've worked for the association since '75. Our association takes some credit or blame for the new authority you've been given, because my 2006 letter to then Chairman Buttrey apparently started the conversation that led Capitol Hill to take a very intense interest in on-time performance and the inadequacy of previous law to deal with it. It then showed up, as you know, in various appropriations bills, that is the concern about on-time performance. I note with some pride the similarity between the reference in my 2006 letter to delays caused by, quote, actions that might have been reasonably avoided, close quote, and the law's reference to causes that could reasonably be addressed, that is by the private railroads. To take the extreme example at page 15 of Mr. Hamburger's testimony, we certainly agree with delaying Amtrak 1 minute rather than delaying a freight train an hour. But by the same token, we would oppose delaying Amtrak an hour to avoid a 5-minute delay to a freight train. With reference to the inadequacy of the previous law, the one case that I know of was USA versus Southern Pacific. It involved the Sunset Limited. I would be happy to submit for the record our report on that hearing that we ran at the time, with copious, interesting quotations from the testimony before the judge. The judge never rendered a decision. The Department of Justice did agree with Amtrak's definition of what constituted on-time performance. But two things I think to remember about the problem with the previous law is, one is that for much of its existence, the administration has opposed Amtrak or tried to cut it out of funding, and so there was little reason to believe that the Department of Justice of this administration, of a given administration, would be at all supportive. And the second is the simple fact of the mechanics of how it works, is laying out in detail, doing all the staff work that Mr. Crosby referred to without any assurance of productive use of it, but also of laying out in effect before your opponent, before a case is ever taken up, the details of your case. I would comment on slow orders and underline Mr. Crosby's reference to slow orders that stay in place for years. On the Coast Starlight route and the California Zephyr route, that was the case. It may be apocryphal, but there's a story that going around that the top management at Union Pacific wasn't even aware of how bad the California Zephyr route was until one of their executives was in an office car on the rear of the California Zephyr, and ultimately there was an agreement between Amtrak and Union Pacific that covered a couple of years that it would take to get the railroad back into shape, which had been allowed to slide downhill for over many years. So on the one hand, we certainly do not favor running trains at unsafe speeds, but on the other hand, the slow order, depending on how long it's been in place, is not necessarily something to be regarded as simply not the railroad's fault, or not because the FRA just ran a track inspection car over it a few hours or days before. There is one important reference that Mr. Hamburger made on page 12 of his statement, which is to the tendency of law enforcement officials to require trains involved in accidents to wait until investigations are completed. And I think there are probably many examples that the railroads can cite where the rule of common sense is simply not observed and the train is delayed, the railroad is shut down for longer than is reasonable. And I don't mean to make light of accidents where lives are lost, but on the other hand, in many cases, you're dealing with law enforcement officials who are local, who may be approaching the railroad as this is their first experience with the railroad. There's another story, it may be apocryphal, I don't know, that Amtrak's Capital Limited hit a trespasser or possibly a suicide at Randolph Road in Montgomery County, a heavily used grade crossing, and the engineer was in handcuffs until the right authorities arrived. And I believe that the Canadian railroads have been able to work some more uniform nationwide standards on this, but it certainly is a cause of delay that is not the fault of either the host carriers or Amtrak that is worth looking at. I wanted to comment on load factor, which has been brought up a couple of times. On Amtrak, as a general rule, load factor is higher on the long-distance trains than it is on the short-distance trains, and it's generally lower on Amtrak than it is on airlines, largely because of the number of intermediate stops. The exact load factor is going to vary among a zillion different intermediate stops that the train, unlike the plane, makes. And in many cases, they do get close to 100% load factor on what they refer to as their peak load segment. Unfortunately, the demand is not distributed evenly the length of the route. We completely agree that consistent 15 minutes late is a much bigger deal on a short trip, especially a commuter trip, than on a long trip, but I would discourage looking at anything more than 30 minutes late as a definition of on time for the long distance trains. As Mr. Crosby implied, there are a lot of newer passengers on those trains that are less forgiving than the hardcore, some of whom might regard every extra hour on the train as a delight. Station dwell delays are not a big issue, as reflected in Mr. Crosby's slide that's on page 8 of his testimony. I believe about 80% of the delays are caused by the carrier. The schedules are negotiated on a regular basis between Amtrak and the freight railroads, negotiated, and in the situations where station dwell delay is a consistent major problem, those regular negotiations afford an opportunity to address them. We don't think that Congress intended longer schedules to be the solution for on-time performance in drafting this law. And we do think that the railroad's rights are well protected as to what must happen before new service is added. And I believe the Surf Board already has the potential to deal with issues of disagreement on that score. We think that there are many benefits to the freight railroads, the private railroads, that occur as the result of the existence of passenger trains. One of them is the fact that there are many grade crossing improvement programs in many states, North Carolina perhaps being the most well-known, programs that were put in place by the state legislatures as a result primarily of their interest in passenger service, but every accident avoided because of those improvements that involves freight trains is certainly a benefit to both the private railroads and everyone else. Amtrak has also been helpful in certain cases in providing engineering expertise that identifies the ability of trains to run faster on existing, safely on existing track, and is a kind of a bellwether on municipal speed limits that at different times in the railroad's history have posed a serious problem. I'm assuming that you've read all my statement as it said, and so I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Capon. Mr. Solo, your testimony mentions some concerns about the potential concerns about the mediation process that could play out between a freight railroad and a commuter rail operator. The statute references, I believe, a non-binding mediation process, which we all know those words have real meaning as opposed to binding. Your testimony expresses concern that the railroads might ignore that process or not in good faith engage in it. Right. And we'll certainly be on the lookout for that problem. Our experience as a board, maybe in part because we do have so many transactions where we deal with the railroads and the railroads need us to deal with them cooperatively on so many transactions. We've not had a problem, in my experience, getting railroads to come and meet us at the mediation table. We don't always get the results that everybody wants at the end of it, but I can pretty much assure you we will get them to the table. Now, the statute, though, as I read it, doesn't guarantee success for commuter railroads. Right. And none. So I just want to make sure we manage expectations there. We hope for success, right. But
we clearly understand the limitations of the process.
Okay. We've heard some different things today about best practices or expectations in the area of on-time performance. Can you offer anything in your experience, both on the East Coast and the West Coast, and nationally now on behalf of APTA, about what types of time periods we should be looking at to define a late train? We've heard everything ranging today from 5 minutes and 59 seconds, I think, to 30 minutes. Do you have anything to offer on that?
Well, I mean, I would only add that it probably is further complicated, and you've heard about complications all day. So I'll just add that when we have both commuter trains and Amtrak trains in the same corridor, a lot of our issues are, what are the on-time performance metrics in those shared corridors between a commuter train and Amtrak train. We basically, in the Southern California area, because we own so much of the property that Amtrak operates, we have 24 Amtrak trains a day. We basically take the position that it's in the peak direction, a first come, first serve process, so that there's no particular priority given to Amtrak, or in my case, Metrolink. We get trains as they arrive, and we move them as quickly as we can, irrespective of who the operator is. We use 5 minutes and 59 seconds. That's pretty common in the commuter rail area, but a lot of the Amtrak trains on these common corridors, they have longer corridors than the commuter corridors are. So the interferences they may go through off of a host freight railroad, and when they arrive on the commuter railroad property, may be impacted by a number of things, which in my instance, my dispatcher has no control over. It's whenever it arrives at the point that it goes on our property. So I think probably a corridor train, an Amtrak corridor train, for example, would have a longer on-time performance balancing act, maybe in a 10-minute range, versus what I impose on my own train, which is 5 minutes and 59 seconds. So I think it depends on the length of train, how many dispatch territories you're going through, because there are handoffs, and we've been able to do a pretty good job in Southern California. A lot of that is because when we started the service in the early 90s, we made a pretty hefty investment in capacity. What occurred about 5 years before the growth of the Asian markets. And so we sort of crept up with very heavy freight traffic the last 2 or 3 years. We've had a struggle, although I can say that the freight railroads have been very cooperative in attempting to keep our trains on time. We have a relationship with the freight railroads where they have an interest in informing our passengers and ensuring that when they have work windows or those type of things that's critical to their operation, we have to compensate for that factor, just like Amtrak would have to compensate. We have oftentimes when we will eliminate service during the middle of the day, so the freight railroads can get their major maintenance work done. So what we have found is we have to be very receptive and have to be very long-range planning in terms of work windows and those type of things. They have a service to provide, they have a maintenance schedule to provide, and we have to accommodate to that, but we still have to ensure that the bread and butter of our operation, which is the peak direction, peak period service, is kept on time. And in Southern California, we've been able to do that. I can't say that's true in all parts of the country with our other commuter railroad properties that often have problems that same problems that Amtrak is experiencing, but they don't have the legislative backup that Amtrak has in the original legislation. So it is as problematic and probably more for many of our commuter railroad properties in their relationship with the freight railroads. Ours is a little different because we do also maintain and dispatch a lot of their trains out of the Port of LA and Long Beach.
That's a natural lead-in to my next question, which, if I understand your testimony correctly, one of APTA's concerns is that as we look into and investigate a problem, Amtrak corridor or route that has some serious on-time performance problems, we may hear from the freight railroad in question about the challenging environment that they're operating in, that they may well be operating and owning a line that accommodates Amtrak trains, commuter rail trains, and freight trains, and something's going to have to give potentially. But yet there are agreements that are in place between commuter rail operators, but then there's this federal statutory requirement and the possibility of fines being levied on the railroad for not addressing the Amtrak late train problems. And I understand the desire of APTA not to see any of those agreements adjusted or impacted, but help me understand how as I look at the statute preliminarily, and this hearing is helpful to get a fuller appreciation of it, we're going to be looking to the freight railroads potentially to fix the problem, and we're going to be talking to them about possible fines. We may leave it up to them to figure out how they're going to fix that problem, but it needs to be fixed, and they may well come back to, I'm anticipating, may well need to come back to some commuter rail entities and say, wow, it's a little changed circumstance here. We're getting hit with fines. We have a new federal mandate, and we can't make it all work with the schedules that we previously agreed to. How do you see that playing out, or what are your concerns?
Well, I would look at it from two different areas. Train scheduling is an art. Depends on the circumstances on the ground. Many of our commuter railroad properties paid substantial capital investment dollars to have X number of trains today based on an on-time performance regime that the freight railroad had agreed upon. Now, if the change of circumstances is because of the commuter railroad increasing the number of trains, that's one set of issues, and I think all my members would probably agree that if we want to increase the number of trains on a route, then we have to compensate the freight railroads from a capital investment standpoint in terms of being able to handle that capacity. The converse of that is that if we bought and paid for capacity and the freight railroads traffic is increasing, that increase of traffic, if we had paid to buy X number of trains a day and invested, that increase, that capital investment needed to keep the commuter rail trains on time, we believe would be on the dime of freight railroads, because it was their traffic that increased, admittedly on a line they own, but it's their traffic that increased. So I think our members are really agreeable on paying for, upfront and paying for investments for the train service we're contractually, that they contractually obligate to run, but we think they should pay for any growth related to their increase in traffic and the ability to keep our trains on time.
Thank you. Mr. Capon, thank you for being here, and thank you for your many years of tireless advocacy on behalf of passenger rail riders, rail passengers. As a frequent rail passenger myself, I appreciate your good works.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, what do you think it'll take when we get down to the nitty-gritty of having to figure out what our menu of fines should be? What do you think it'll take to get a railroad's attention and get a railroad to actually change conduct if we do find that there's a freight rail out there that's causing a serious pattern of delays of passenger rail of Amtrak?
Well, first of all, I'd like to think that the very existence of this law has already had a salutary effect on the operations, and that the railroad's first goal is to not get into one of these proceedings. I frankly have been blissfully ignorant of the fining regime that the ICC and the SURF Board have engaged in with regard to freight operations. So I would like to have an opportunity to think about that and get back to you. I really would be irresponsible for me to pull a dollar figure out of the air.
Thanks. I'm anticipating no matter what we do, we'll come under some criticism, and that comes with the job that we can handle it. But some will argue that whatever fine we come up with is not enough, and some will argue it's too much. And if it's not changing, if it's not resulting in behavior change, maybe it would need to be increased. And so,
if the drone is equal in both ears, maybe you're doing the right thing. And of course, the proof is in the pudding as far as what the result is.
Thank you. Let me yield to my colleague, Vice Chairman Mulvey.
Thank you, Chair. An observation on that you made, Mr. Solo, about the increased freight traffic on a right-of-way. Isn't it true that if there's increased use of any kind of asset, then the value of that asset goes up? And if the value of the asset goes up, isn't it fair to expect all users of the asset to increase their contribution for using it?
I would say that and I can only talk about my particular experience, we share costs with freight railroads on an allocated cost basis, not on an avoidable basis as Amtrak does. So the whole economy, the economic relationship is different than on Amtrak. And our particular avoidable cost per train mile goes up by the AAR index. Mm-hmm. So it increases every year, and I think most of our commuter railroad properties are in basically the same type of environment. We don't deal in an incremental basis, so we are in essence paying over time, at least for the increased capital maintenance, for increased expenses related to our commuter rail operations on freight railroad property. So I would say that possibly that's true, but then how do we account for the fact that we in essence paid for the asset that the freight carrier is using to a large extent 18 hours a day? So I'm sure there are circumstances on both sides that would have to be taken into effect.
Well, I suppose what would be good for the goose is good for the gander. In many cases, it is the commuter rail operator that is the primary user of the right-of-way, and it's also the commuter rail systems that have achieved the greatest growth. While there's been growth in freight rail traffic in the past few years, it is nothing compared to the almost extraordinary growth that commuter rails have achieved. Would, in fact, then, if there's any increase in capacity needed to accommodate the commuter rail, would the commuter rails bear all of that burden, or would they ask the freight rails to contribute more?
You mean on a property that's owned by
a freight railroad? No, a property that's owned by the commuter rail.
I would love to ask my freight partners to pay for some of the capacity increases on our lines. They haven't belly up to the bar yet, but I'm sure with your assistance we can make sure that occurs. I think it's important that the user pay for the advantage that they get to use the railroad right-of-way. I'm not an advocate of paying the least cost, because then you get what you pay for, typically. So whether the agreements we have with the freight railroads right now are fair, or they were fair in 1990 but they're not fair now, those might obviously be issues that we can discuss with them. But I think public agencies in general, when they are asking the freight railroads to provide more service, should be paying for their fair share of that increased service, keeping in mind that the freight railroad operator who doesn't have a peak period-driven schedule can use the capacity other times of the day. So, I mean, I think there's a balancing act. I don't think any of us are afraid that we have to pay for the capacity we use.
Well, we're talking here about capacity. Capacity is an important factor in determining the availability of time slots to handle both commuter and freight and Amtrak trains. Has APTA taken a position on any of the FRA's proposals for investment tax credits or other support for investment in the rail infrastructure?
I believe APTA has taken a support position for tax credit bonding for high-speed rail. I believe, and I'll
for freight rail.
Oh, okay. I'll believe Kathy. I think they have, right? Yes. Kathy Waters of American Public Transit Association, I believe we have been supportive of both on the freight side and on the high-speed rail side.
Do you have any view, I'm sure you do, but whether or not projects such as the Alameda Corridor in Los Angeles and where you operate, and the CREATE project in Chicago, are these beneficial not only for freight rail, but also are they been beneficial for, can be beneficial for commuter rail and Amtrak as well? And are these kinds of projects basically public-private partnerships? Are these a part of the answer to the issue of capacity for commuter, Amtrak, and freight rail?
I think they definitely are on a going forward basis. One of the problems with the public financing of commuter rail improvements is the dollars don't come as quickly as you'd like. They don't come basically with the color of money you'd like all the time. And I think to the extent that we can work with our freight partners to increase capacity in general, just you take the LA Basin, where as Chairman Milhouse said, 40% of the containers that come to the United States comes through the Port of LA and Long Beach. I think we would be remiss if we didn't attempt to find some CREATE type project involvement like the Alameda Corridor that occurred in LA, find a way to leverage public investment and private railroad investment. There's a lot of things that private railroads are willing to invest in. Just from a historic basis, there are things that public agencies typically invest in. So if you put the two of those together, I think to the extent that we could work with the freight railroads on a cash flow basis, because we always don't get money when we'd like to get them, or we pass bonds in California but can't float the bonds. To the extent that we could work with them to take a corridor approach as opposed to a commuter rail versus freight approach. The fact is we want to move the goods. It is in my best interest as a public employee to move goods out of the ports of LA and Long Beach as quickly and efficiently as possible, irrespective of what carrier it is and irrespective of what line it is on. I, for one, have always taken the approach that we have to get both the freight railroads together, which they don't always talk on the same wavelength, that come out of the port, and the public agencies together and come up with an approach for the basin, irrespective of who owns the lines. And so I do think a public-private partnership in some way is ripe for the LA basin.
On a protocol question, in a situation where an Amtrak train and a commuter train both arrive at the same time at the same place, what is the protocol for who gets priority? And let's assume, for example, that the Amtrak train is running late for some reason or another, regardless of who caused the delay, but that train happens to arrive at the same time as a commuter train. Is there a protocol that's in place as to who gets preference at that point?
I can only use the example of my operation. My operation is in the peak period direction, is on a first come first served basis. So if an Amtrak train in the peak direction is coming there first, that gets priority over a commuter train. And so the idea is that, particularly in the shorter corridors where Amtrak operates, they have as many commuters on their train as they do longer distance Amtrak intercity passengers. And the whole intent is to move the flow, irrespective of who the operator is, as quickly as possible.
That would be especially true in Los Angeles, where you have the San Diegan and all the other Amtrak trains, as opposed to, say, Chicago, where there are more long-distance trains involved, I suppose. Russ, doesn't Amtrak operate primarily over the Class 1 main lines?
Outside the Northeast Corridor and one-third of Chicago, Detroit, and their own terminals in Chicago and LA.
You mentioned the slow orders, and slow orders sometimes go on for a long time. We have some problems with some of the embargoes that are out there. We see embargoes that have been put in place for several years. Now, there's special circumstances for those, but that's not the purpose of an embargo. And a slow order is generally put in place because of either a weather-related problem or a track-related problem that needs to be solved. But since these are the freight railroads' main lines, isn't it in their own interest for their freight operations to get slow orders taken care of as soon as possible? Or do you feel that Amtrak sometimes is suffering longer than it needs to, or because of slow orders?
Well, I think it is it is in the interests of the railroads to keep their main lines in good shape, and I can't explain. I mean, I guess if the Union Pacific looks at its entire system, the line from Sacramento to Portland, where a lot of the problem exists, is not the top tier in terms of volume. But the line, the old Southern Pacific route east from Sacramento towards Salt Lake City and Denver, which is where the California Zephyr problem got terrible. I mean, that's a main line, and so I don't know how to explain it other than to say that it became the subject of an agreement and presumably has been or is almost fixed by now, and hopefully that kind of condition will not be allowed to develop in the future.
Up until recently, the freight railroads had, as a group, have had a fairly aggressive program in place to upgrade and maintain and expand the capacity of especially their main lines, albeit the recent decline in traffic seems to have caused some of them to back off from that a bit. But do you think things have gotten better as the freight railroads have increased their infrastructure investment spending in the last few years?
Well, certainly if you go back to 1980, it's worlds better, and I think it's gotten better. Of course, some of the track improvement may have been masked from the passenger's point of view by the congestion. I did want to mention that our association and the APTA are both members of the One Rail Coalition, which was recently formed and is referred to on page 4 of footnote 3 of Mr. Hamburger's testimony, where we and the freight interests are all supporting everything good for both passenger and freight, including the tax credits that you referred to.
One last question, and that is, the purpose of this legislation, I believe, was to deal with the problem of freight trains delaying passenger trains and the freight operators not living up to their responsibilities under the law to give Amtrak trains priority. But I want your opinion as because both the freight railroads as well as Amtrak and states can come before us. Do you think that freight railroads should be able to come before the board and ask for relief if an Amtrak train is delaying freight trains, and should there be in place penalties for against Amtrak if indeed they're delaying freight trains 120 cars long with high-valued goods coming out of the ports of LA and Long Beach? Do you think that's the case, or is this should really be focused on the need to make people on time rather than freight on time?
Well, I think that the freight operators, I think the word common sense, which we hear on Capitol Hill all the time as frustrated legislators look at the financial mess, I'd like to think that common sense would prevail here. And as I referred to in my spoken testimony, if you have a situation that's developed where skiers at Glenwood Springs are on a daily basis adding 5 minutes to the dwell time, Amtrak and the freight railroad are negotiating on a regular basis with schedules, and I would think that sort of thing would not rise to anybody's need to come here. If it does, then maybe they need a brain transplant. As far as whether, and the other issue is Amtrak, reliability of Amtrak's equipment. If that becomes a really a big deal, that a major problem in terms of the operation of the freight railroads, as opposed to one or two anecdotes or whatever. I believe that the law does give the railroads the right, the private railroads, the right to come here. There was a period during the gestation of this law when one of the Hill staff told me that the railroads need to focus on the equal opportunity aspect of the new law. The direct question about whether it should be possible to levy fines against Amtrak for habitual problems with respect to their equipment or their refusal to negotiate schedules that reflect passenger dwell times, I I'll have to think about that. It's a new concept. I guess that tells you where I've been sitting. It's not an unreasonable question. I just don't want to, with the chairman's question, pull an answer out of thin air.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that you are a believer in common sense. And having been in Washington as long as you and I have, that we still believe in common sense is very optimistic. Thank you, Russ.
Commissioner Buttry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Capon, you caused me to completely lose my train of thought there when you mentioned Glenwood Springs. I started thinking about things that I probably shouldn't be thinking about, skiing and all that sort of thing. Just a comment, and I've heard two terms sort of being tossed about here this morning, and one of them has to do with fines, which to me means something that's punitive. And then I've heard the term damages, which to me means something like compensation. I'm advised that the word fines does not appear anywhere in the legislation. The term damages, however, does. And the term damages sort of indicates to me, maybe I'm being too legalistic here, but damages in the ordinary classical sense would be something that would have to be proved. Evidence would have to be adduced, et cetera, et cetera. There have to be documentary evidence and that sort of thing presented to be able to prove damages. And, you can be very unhappy about something and very disturbed about something and maybe even offended by something. That's one thing. But being able to prove that you've been damaged is something else again, other than just being offended or you're angry or something like that. So I think maybe one of the things we need to do is to get our terminology aligned, if you will, with the legislation, and for my money anyway, not talk about fines, punitive kinds of things, but talk about damages and compensation kinds of things. That's just one man's opinion, but I just raise that as an issue in terms of how we cast our dialogue here and then maybe even in the future. So I just wanted to see if I get some clarification on that. And is that idea or that comment something that you would agree with, or are you really thinking about fines?
Well, I'm first of all thinking about congressional intent and results. And I'm always a supporter of Chairwoman Brown's comment. It always helps to read the law as well. I think that the reason damages come to mind is that may be implicit in that DOT Inspector General's report that tried to set out, what was it, $100 million or so that they thought Amtrak was losing because of the lateness in trains. So to the extent that the law refers to damages as opposed to fines, that's a cause to be careful in the use of words, but not to lose sight of the concern that led to this law, and the idea that it should be implemented in a way that is consistent with the law and aims at getting the right results. And I think part of that, as I alluded to earlier, is I know that the private railroads have a strong interest in not having to come here and deal with a complaint, and it looks like they are reflecting that in their operations.
This may be a little bit off point, but I'm just, my curiosity is piqued a little bit. And I don't keep up with the political agendas of either the American Public Transportation Association or the National Association of Railroad Passengers. You can please excuse me for that admission, but I just don't. I'm just curious if either one of your two groups are aligned with any of the groups that are supporting what is generally and maybe inaccurately called re-regulation or that sort of thing on Capitol Hill, and just my curiosity piqued about if you have a public position, or you've taken a public position, or aligned yourself with those who are involved in the removal of the antitrust exemption for the railroads.
I can tell you almost certainly the American Public Transit Association has taken no position on that.
Okay.
We have not taken a position either. I have said on occasion to those who have asked that I do not equate every attempt to change the law with re-regulation, but we certainly would not be in favor of anything that demonstrably harmed the ability of the private railroads to field a good track system.
Thank you very much.
Just a parting comment from me, if I could. I hope we can count on both your associations to keep in touch with us. Your members, it seems to me, the statute divisions that we may well play a role in reporting to the Department of Transportation about specific choke points or specific infrastructure problems that are causing endemic delays. It seems to me that, for example, Mr. Capon, your members may be singularly well qualified to help us point us to where those hot spots and those choke points are.
Chicago to Porter, Indiana.
Right, and I remember when I was regularly riding Amtrak between Fredericksburg, Virginia, and Washington D.C. I felt like I had a pretty good list of what they were. It was, the Quantico Creek Bridge, which has since been fixed, and on and on and on. So riders know where the problems are typically, and we look forward to learning from them and hearing from them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will, Vice Chair Mulvey, any other questions for this panel?
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here. We'll now invite panel number 4 to come forward, representing the freight railroad industry. We have from the Union Pacific Railroad Company, Mr. J. Michael Hemmer, from the CSX Transportation Company, Mr. John M. Gibson, and from the Association of American Railroads, Mr. Edward R. Hamburger.
Chairman, we request that I would kick it off.
Sure. Mr. Hamburger would like to start. Let the panel work that out amongst themselves, and we will hear from Mr. Hamburger whenever he's ready to begin.
Okay, I know we can work this out. We're going to use common sense and where to sit. John there.
Welcome. Thank you for your patience today, and it sounds like we'll first hear from Mr. Hamburger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Mulvey, Commissioner Buttrey. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning, or this afternoon as the case may be, to speak to the STB's role under the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act. While I'm speaking today only on behalf of the freight members of the AAR, I want to emphasize that Amtrak is a full member and a member of the board of the AAR, and that we have several commuter rail members as well. And I was very pleased to hear Mr. Capon mention the One Rail Coalition. I'd like to submit for the record the principles and the membership of that coalition. It is not always intuitively obvious that freight rail and passenger rail advocates believe in the same thing, but we do. We believe that there needs to be enough capacity to move America's freight and America's passengers, and we're committed to working together to achieve that. It is not only in the One Rail Coalition. I was also interested to hear the Mr. Milhouse mentioned the Korean passenger car. We were pleased to have that car actually proven under an FRA test out at the Technology Center, the Transportation Technology Center that the AAR runs in Pueblo, Colorado. Secretary Mineta was there, and the then chairman was on his way to sign the contract to Korea, so he was very pleased to see that the car actually met the standards when the test was run. And finally, of course, we are working very closely with APTA, with Amtrak, and Kathy Waters is a member of a committee we have established to implement the positive train control requirements that this same bill levied on the industry. Let me say that I will address two areas here today. One is the on-time performance for Amtrak, and the second is the non-binding mediation process. Mr. Hemmer and Mr. Gibson will go into greater detail on each of those respectively. Since Amtrak trains operate and are dispatched over the freight railroad rights-of-way, it goes without saying that the railroads are concerned with how standards to measure Amtrak's performance are developed and how they are interpreted and enforced by the STB. Because failure to meet those standards can now trigger financial penalties, damages against freight railroads, that concern is obviously heightened. We believe that as a fundamental matter, when it comes to assessing performance, the most logical, manageable, and transparent method to measure performance is against Amtrak's published timetables. These are the schedules that Amtrak passengers see and rely upon. They are the schedules that members of Congress ask about, and I believe that as such, they are the only useful gauge for measuring Amtrak's on-time performance. In fact, I believe, it is my understanding, that it is the scheduled, published schedule that Amtrak uses to measure itself on its own on-time performance on the Northeast Corridor. So it seems that is an accepted way to go and should be what the FRA comes up with. Okay, we now have the yardstick, the published schedule, but how do we determine whether or not that is a good yardstick? I was very pleased to hear Mr. Crosby say that he is open to having a readdressing the schedules that Amtrak has published for its trains, and he posited that, of course, conditioned that on whether or not not only does a schedule get longer, but can it get shorter, and the answer to that is, of course, yes. One example on UP is the Gasconade Bridge in Missouri, which used to be a single-track bridge, is now a double-track bridge, and that has a beneficial effect not only for the freight trains, but also for the Amtrak trains going across Missouri. So as things like that happen, as slow orders go on or come off, then, of course, the schedules should be adjusted. When Amtrak was created in '71, freight railroads had significant excess capacity, and since that time, as Mr. Yakumetz and Commissioner Mulvey have observed, much has changed. Much of that excess has been consumed by an increase in traffic growth, and many of our segments are now constrained, and with the forecast in freight to double by the year 2035, we can expect that to get much more of an issue. And as you've just heard from your previous two panels, there's an increased demand for commuter rail traffic, which also has an impact on Amtrak getting over the line. So schedules against which performance will be measured must be based on rational, data-driven models that realistically incorporate the constraints and operational realities of today's U.S. rail system. Now, let me be very clear. Freight railroads recognize the obligation to give Amtrak trains priority. However, schedules must account for the realities of the rail network. Both freight railroads and Amtrak on its Northeast Corridor operation use network models to establish schedules that can be readily adapted for these purposes. We believe that these models should be used to establish realistic and achievable expectations both for Amtrak passengers and for policymakers. Once a schedule or performance standard is established, the next obvious step should be to determine the cause of any failure to meet that standard and an understanding of why those delays occurred. We believe that there are basically three broad categories of reasons for delay. One is those delays caused by or otherwise attributable to Amtrak. Examples might include Amtrak equipment failures or, as you observed, Mr. Chairman, longer than expected station stops. The second bucket would be those delays attributable to freight railroads. For example, freight equipment failures that block tracks or dispatching decisions that fail to give Amtrak reasonable preference. And I use the word reasonable because I do disagree with Mr. Crosby's assertion that this preference is absolute. And I was pleased to hear Mr. Capon agree that there is some flexibility that even he would agree with. And we're talking about being reasonable. We must give dispatchers some flexibility to exercise reasonable judgment to keep the network fluid, because by doing so, we help not only freight trains but also the passenger fleet as well. And I guess I'll just throw in there, Mr. Chairman, you've asked a couple of times, what does it take to get the attention of freight railroads? I will tell you, based on the scrutiny given to my budget, about $100 does it. So I think that should be a pretty good fine if that's where we are. But I mentioned that really a little bit flippantly, but I mention it because I'm a little concerned that there seems to be an assumption and a presumption that there will be fines imposed under this statute. As I read the statute, it makes it very clear that the only time a penalty will be assessed or damages will be assessed is when an Amtrak on-time performance falls below 80% for 2 quarters in a row because of lack of giving preference. I do not believe that our railroads will we are committed to giving preference, and if you can set up a system where we take a look and adequately allocate the causes for delay, I do not believe that you will ever find that an Amtrak train falls below 80% because of lack of getting preference. The third bucket, of course, is for those delays for which it is unknown or the cause is not attributable to either Amtrak or the freight railroad. They may include grade crossing accidents, acts of nature such as hurricanes or blizzards, and directives from law enforcement officials. In addition, as Commissioner Mulvey has indicated, it is important to note that there are usually consequential effects of an initial delay. When something goes wrong somewhere on the rail network, such as a grade crossing accident, it often has the cascading effects leading to delays of other trains elsewhere, including Amtrak trains. Measurements should ensure that all delays are properly reported under the initial or root cause. And this leads to our recommendation, again, echoing a recommendation from our friends, the National Association of Railroad Passengers, that the reports of train delays must be objective. They must be from both the conductor as well as whatever other sources are available. I believe Mr. Mulvey mentioned, or actually Mr. Yakumetz mentioned, perhaps PTC will be able to, when it's implemented, give data, GPS out there, reports from dispatch centers. A bottom line, I guess, is that we do not share the high level of confidence in the conductor delay reports that Mr. Crosby voiced earlier today. Our bottom line in this area is that a performance measurement system must, one, decide on the yardstick. We believe it should be the published schedule, that schedule must be reasonable and should be achieved through a network model. 3, that we must accurately, transparently, and objectively identify the causes of any failure to meet that standard and apportion responsibility for such failure to the party at fault. This will enable all of the stakeholders to better address problems and improve service, and after all, that is the ultimate goal of this exercise, is to improve service and not to cast blame. Turning to the second issue I would like to address, of course, it's your authority to conduct non-binding mediation between freight railroads and commuter authorities with respect to right-of-way usage. It is important that all parties recognize that this process is not designed to mandate access and that it is non-binding, it is mediation. We are hopeful that the non-binding process will facilitate communications between the parties, and in that regard, we believe the board should establish principles to be addressed in these proceedings, which would recognize, 1, that any arrangement with commuter authorities must be voluntary, 2, that the freight railroad should be fully compensated, 3, that the commuter authorities must provide for the additional capacity necessary for their operations, 4, that the freight railroads would be protected from liability associated with the passenger operations, and 5, that all other operating issues must be addressed. Essentially, the need for the preservation and expansion of freight railroad ability to provide the freight transportation services our nation needs should be a critical component of any such mediation. Now, I'd like to emphasize here, I read in several of the, I'm closing, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I read in the written testimony some concern whether or not the freight railroads would come to the table in good faith. We supported this legislation when it went through the House and Senate. You commented on the freight railroad track record of, in fact, coming to the table in good faith, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for that. And let me just emphasize that we will indeed come and participate in these mediation proceedings, because we do believe that it is the way to bridge the gap and achieve, hopefully achieve consensus with the commuter rail operators. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I apologize for running a little bit over.
Thank you, Mr. Hamburger. Mr. Hemmer or Mr. Gibson, who would like to go next? Mr.
Yes,
Gibson?
John Gibson.
Please proceed.
Thank you. How do we get this up? Okay. All right. My name is John Gibson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I work for CSX Transportation in the Transportation Department, and I oversee, among other things, all of our passenger service and all of our contracts for passengers, including about 57 trains a day of Amtrak train starts and about 160 commuter trains a day on the Monday through Friday services. CSX employs about 34,000 people. We operate in 23 states, District of Columbia, and in Canada. And we serve 2/3 of the U.S. population and more than 70 ports. So we're very familiar with passenger operations and the day-to-day issues that can arise from them. I would like to essentially skip over a couple of the first slides. They talk to the U.S. rail system in the 1970s. I think it's well documented. We made a deal, and so did Amtrak, to help get Amtrak created, and we did that with everybody's eyes open, I think. Today's rail system is very different. I think that's been discussed quite a bit in the previous presenters, and don't want to cover what's going on there very much, except for the bottom point there on that slide, which talks to recent studies where even though we're the most capital intensive industry in the U.S., our investment will fall about $135 billion short of the investment needed to carry existing freight share into the future. And if we want to add capacity to handle additional passenger trains with reliability, the estimate is that requires another $225 billion of investment that currently is not available in any programs, but hope is in the air, right? We have a lot of reasons to think that it is possible to start to address these capacity issues. We have found, working in concert with Amtrak and with our commuter agencies, that there are three ways, key elements to improve reliability and performance of passenger trains, even on the existing capacity-constrained networks. The first of those is effective investment, making dollars count and putting them in the right places. Second is management focus. And that focus is not just the two presidents or the two chairmen coming together and agreeing on something. This has to go all the way down to the individual train masters, the individual ticket clerks, and then reliable schedules. We have an example of this. CSX's Auto Train is a train that is very popular and I believe one of the more profitable of Amtrak's services. It carries automobiles and passengers, doesn't run quite as fast as other Amtrak trains, and over time we saw miserable performance on this train. We, with Amtrak, at first with Amtrak's insistence, and then as we got into it, it's become a very collaborative and a very productive approach to the problem. But you can see we were averaging very low percentages, under 20%, both the northbound and the southbound trains. On the effective investment, CSX has, over the last 3 to 5 years, spent more than $100 million hardening the infrastructure of the I-95 spine that this train runs on. We have had also about $100 million of public investment, including the bridge you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the Quantico Creek. And we have also modeled the entire network all the way to Miami, working with Virginia and North Carolina. And that modeling suggests that there are more than 100 projects capital projects that would be required to get an 80% on-time performance with a 90% confidence in the current schedules. That investment is not available to anybody at the moment, but again, we continue to be hopeful. Management focus, accurate reporting of delays. We've worked hard with Amtrak to improve that reporting. We have joint performance reviews. We have those daily calls, not every day, but a couple times a week at one level. But on the ground with folks, we meet monthly or quarterly, and we have senior level meetings quarterly as well. There is late train root cause analysis. That is not strictly a delay report, but it's the delay report plus other available information, which includes information from dispatchers and other things. We've coordinated the capital projects, particularly curfew-type maintenance, the ones that cause disruption to Amtrak trains, and that coordination has gotten better and longer range in its planning. It's been more effective, and schedules have been made when appropriate. This effort on the management focus side has become the performance improvement plan. It's a process that has been expanded to other routes, including CSXs and other railroads, including most of the freight railroads who have Amtrak now. Reliable schedules. We can work to create reliable schedules with tools that were not available in the 1970s. These tools are available in terms of simulation modeling. There are statistical analyses that are available. The auto train example suggested that a 40 to 50 minute increase in each of the train schedules would in fact allow an 80% on-time performance. That was less than 5% of the total schedule time. All modes of transportation, service providers use an approach similar to this. We do not go out on the freight side, on the freight forwarding side, on the steamship companies, on the cruise companies, on the airlines, and make promises to our customers that cannot be met. We do not plan for failure. We plan to be successful. And so that is the basis upon which we believe scheduling should be done. The results speak for themselves. We've been over 80%, since the change in the schedules, and you have to pull all three levers. We have to be able to get the investments in, and we have to be able to have the management focus, and that management focus can't be one-sided. It has to be both parties working together collaboratively. The dips that you see in those lines were heavy maintenance periods that the schedules were not adjusted for. If they had been, then we would have an even higher on-time performance. We also did the same thing with MBTA, and we have done it with several of our commuter agencies. This is just the most recent example. We applied the same process, used the same approach with them, came up with a better way of making our investments in the infrastructure there, harden that infrastructure to make it more reliable. We also adjusted schedules, again, by a very small amount to reflect the reality of the current congestion. The change was dramatic in terms of the customer reactions, and the MBTA and the operator of that service, the MVCR, has been out in public talking about this process as the way to approach the scheduling. We currently use the same approach with VRE. In summary, the delays that we see are driven by transportation demand, changes in regulations, changes in our operation, and capacity. Immediate improvements to Amtrak customers can be achieved by pulling all three of these levers, including the realistic schedules. Longer term, significant public investment in capacity is required to provide what I think the traveling public probably really wants. They want that high on-time performance, and they want shorter schedules. They want better velocity. The freight railroads are vital to the nation's economy, and we're environmentally friendly. The sound public policy to protect both freight and passenger interest and partnership and cooperation are critical as we attempt to solve these problems. We believe in problem solving, not cause finding as the objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. We'll now hear from Mr. J. Michael Hemmer from the Union Pacific Railroad.
Thank
you. I have to pull up the slide in order to create confusion about who I am. Chairman Nottingham, Vice Chairman Mulvey, Commissioner Buttry. I am not Jerry Wilmoth. I am Mike Hemmer, Senior Vice President, Law, General Counsel of Union Pacific. Unfortunately, Mr. Wilmoth was unable to testify today. He had a death in his immediate family, and that plus transportation back and forth across the country several times was just too difficult. So I will attempt to capture some of the points he wanted to make and to answer questions as best I can. You may not think of Union Pacific as a major commuter carrier being out in the West, but in fact we have had a long record of successful commuter relationships, some of which are quite substantial. I won't take you through every one of these, but we are the largest commuter train operator in Chicago for Metra. It's kind of an unusual arrangement. We actually run their trains with our employees. That makes us the 7th largest commuter operation in the nation, and we have consistently had a 98% on-time record for Metra. As my first slide indicates, we have other arrangements, particularly in California, and I might also mention that we operate Amtrak's Capital Corridor service between San Jose, Sacramento, and Auburn, which Mr. Crosby alluded to. That service is running consistently, as we are graded 95% on time or better. We have as well been working with a large number of additional communities that are interested in adopting, there we go, new service. We have worked with successfully with the Utah Transit Authority to establish their new heavy rail system. They also have a light rail operation. We use parallel lines with Union Pacific and UTA on separate tracks between Salt Lake City and Ogden. That's the model we will use south of Salt Lake City, but they are also on our tracks north of Ogden. This is just one of a number of projects that have been under development in recent years. Union Pacific recognizes that commuter rail serves very important public interests. As you proceed to implement your responsibilities as mediators, we urge you, though, to keep in mind that there are public benefits from both commuter rail and freight rail that need to be taken into consideration, and both of them need to be protected. We think that balance can be struck, and we think the arrangements we've made with commuter authorities thus far have done that. Freight rail, we would argue, provides at least as many benefits as commuter rail. In some respects, they're the same benefits. In both instances, we are taking vehicles off the roads. We're reducing traffic. We're cutting emissions. We are curtailing highway congestion. But freight rail does more than that. We also save customers billions of dollars by providing efficient transportation. Importantly, by having goods on rails, we avoid the public having to fund very expensive infrastructure projects in additional highways, bridges, and so forth. And we are quite essential to the nation's economy. So our request to you is that as you proceed with implementation, that you recognize that that the nation has very strong interests in both the commuter rail service and in the freight rail service. When public transportation authorities request access to our property, we try to achieve a balance that will meet these objectives. Mr. Hamburger has already gone through a set of basic principles with which we agree, but I'd like to emphasize a few more for your consideration. First is safety. Mr. Solo and I had unfortunately spent part of the evening together on September 12th at Chatsworth, and we watched the really superb efforts of the emergency crews to help the people who were victims of that accident. That really brings home what's at stake when passenger and freight rail mix. And some of those risks will be addressed by positive train control in coming years, but there will still always be some risk associated with that intermix. And the arrangements that we make with commuter rail authorities need to take that into account, and have so far. I will mention in passing, though, that the suggestion, which I hope you'll explore with CNJ, that light rail vehicles that do not meet FRA safety standards should be allowed to mix with freight, if that's what they are advocating. That is a very dangerous idea. Second, we suggest that reliable service for both freight and passengers ought to be taken into consideration. At Union Pacific, we are actively involved in developing a program where we reduce the span of variability in our freight services. It matters to our customers enormously. They tell us that all the time. So it's not as though we don't care whether our freight trains arrive on time. We care just like passengers do. Third, we urge you to ensure that capacity remains available both for today's freight operations and their operations, which we hope will return to a higher level here in coming months, but also to preserve the ability to add additional capacity in the future. In short, please don't strangle freight railroads in the interest of commuter rail. Nothing I heard from any of the commuter agencies and representatives that have appeared before you today is inconsistent, I think, with those concepts. We urge you to ensure that railroads are fairly compensated. We sometimes encounter, when we're dealing with people like Mr. Solo or Metra in Chicago, they understand the costs of commuter rail and the demands that it places on both them and on us. Sometimes when we're dealing with smaller communities or those that are new to the process, they come in with some unrealistic expectations. I could imagine some of them coming to you and say, hey, Union Pacific isn't bargaining in good faith, when the answer is they don't have anything like enough money to run a commuter rail operation. Finally, we'd ask you to keep in mind that we should not be exposed to liability that would not exist in the absence of commuter operations. When we add an additional box carload of grain, it doesn't significantly increase our liability posture. When we add human beings, it very definitely does. I'd like to pause for just a moment to talk a little bit more about capacity, because I want to mention one nuance. And that is that when any railroad adds capacity, it will add the least expensive capacity that will do the job first. And that means that the next mile of additional capacity is going to be more expensive. So I've shown you a picture of a bridge here. Working with a commuter agency, we were able to double track the railroad on both sides of that bridge, but that left a bottleneck. Then as freight transportation demands increased, it became our responsibility to spend a much greater amount of money to add the second track on the bridge, which we did. As we work with commuter agencies now, we've been very successful in getting them to understand this principle, and they work with us and basically help us stay relatively neutral with respect to the next incremental capacity cost. So in short, we are glad that you will be available as a mediator for us. We support this process. We look forward to working with you, and we simply ask that you keep in mind all of the benefits of freight transportation to the nation's interest as you discharge your responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Vice Chairman Mulvey, would you like to start with questions this round?
Sure. Thank you. Ed, I noticed you cited another testimony, 436. 436 is becoming as well-known a number as 1776 or 666. I'll take your choice as to what it's closer to.
I'm hoping you notice it a lot more in the weeks ahead. Yeah.
I might add, by the way, that the American Waterways operators have taken up your mantle and are now pointing out that they get 600. So it's you never can tell what the results are going to be of these strategies. Let me ask you, Ed, about something which was raised before, and Mr. Gibson points out the results of the Cambridge Systematic Study, which shows that there's going to be a shortfall of about $135 billion from what is going to be needed just to keep the railroads at the existing capacity levels, and what the railroads can indeed spend to make investments in the infrastructure. It does strike me, though, if we're talking about also accommodating more commuter, there does seem to be a need almost to have some redundant capacity, some excess capacity, which of course was a problem for the railroads for a long time, because the railroads with excess capacity wound up bidding rates down to long-run marginal costs, and it caused some of the problems. But clearly, there does need to be more capacity, and the railroads do not have the facility, the wherewithal to make the needed investments. So let me raise this question again about whether or not something like a railroad trust fund, Ed's starting to smile, whereby both the commuters, Amtrak, and the railroads would all contribute, similar to a way an aviation trust fund or a highway trust fund is structured, taking into account some of the problems that they've had and correcting for those, but create a packet of money, which is paid for by users, and not by the taxpayers, which I know that you want to put a burden on the taxpayers in your slide, paid for by users, which would go to invest in the railroad infrastructure. Investment that's clearly needed. And we've been seeing right now, for example, I know you're too far on this question, but right now, as traffic has fallen down, the railroads have in fact backed away or put on hold a lot of the infrastructure projects, investment projects that they had planned. So doesn't this really start tying to a source of money, a pot of money that the railroads could find useful? Ed, you want to take that, or leave it off?
I'd be delighted to take it. I thought where you're going to go was that we also need a Cambridge Systematic Study on the amount of capacity needed to accommodate the demand for the increased passenger traffic, and I was going to tell you that we're in the process of doing that study, and we hope later this spring to be able to come forward with some more specifics about the amount of money needed to accommodate a growth in passenger and what the benefits of that would be, or put another way, if we don't achieve that capacity, what the cost would be in terms of congestion and CO2 emissions and energy use. But to get to your issue, Mr. Vice Chairman, this has been kicking around for some time, and we have consistently opposed the creation of a railroad trust fund for a couple of reasons. One, as you have heard many times in this room, our customers already believe that they are paying, certainly don't want to pay any more for the services which we provide. And so if there is going to be a tax or a levy of some sort on our customers, and they don't want to pay more, then that would either drive them to a competing mode, or it would drive us to lower the rate that we charge, so that the amount of money they're paying is the same, that is the rate plus the tax equals what the rate is now, in which case we're basically paying the tax. We believe, secondly, that the trust fund decision-making authority might not be as efficient as letting the railroads, which have the network models and know what their customers tell them what they're going to need and can go out and make those investment decisions without going through a government process, is much more efficient and avoids what may now not be a problem, but avoids earmarking, et cetera, and so actually lets the money go directly where it's needed in a much quicker basis. Instead, we have supported two which we think are just as positive ways of addressing capacity. One is public-private partnerships, and I don't know what's going to happen in the current stimulus or revitalization plan that's now in conference, but there is some money in the Senate side that is allocated for the Secretary of Transportation to use on projects of national significance. We would expect that to be a public-private partnership like the CREATE program, which I think all of you have toured in Chicago. There are others around the country. And then also just giving, under the STP program, more flexibility to states and MPOs to spend their money for public-private partnerships. Again, if the Secretary of Transportation of Maryland decides that the appropriate priority is to double track or triple track the MARC train up to Germantown, maybe they should be allowed to have that flexibility, and that would be done again in conjunction with CSX. CSX would pay for the private sector benefits, and the public would pay for the public sector benefits. We think that is a better way to go, but share your concern that there needs to be more focus and more acknowledgement of the need for investment in rail capacity, both for passenger and for freight.
I thought you were also going to raise the investment tax credit, but I'm sure that's another.
I did say there were two. You're exactly right. The investment tax credit, thank you, which does have bipartisan support on both the House and Senate, was not included in the stimulus package because the Finance and Ways and Means committees decided that a broader accelerated depreciation would be more helpful. But we hope that they'll come back and visit the ITC. And now that you've reminded me, I would like to just point out that while our members have announced in general some cutback in their planned CapEx, it is on balance, my numbers look at it about as a 10% cut from 08 to 09. We have gone back and taken a look at what our members did in previous recessions, some of which were not as dire as the one we're in now, and we saw CapEx cuts of 30 to 40%. So I do believe, and I think Michael Ward announced here in Washington a couple of months ago that he's not cutting at all. He's keeping right on the three-year plan they have. I do believe that all of our members are expecting that there will be a bounce back, that this economy is too strong to keep on going down forever. It will come back, and when it does, what we're hearing is that our customers actually are keeping pretty low inventories, and when demand does pick up, they're going to pick up the phone and call their railroads and want service. And right now, we have about 150,000 cars in storage, 3,000 locomotives, over 10,000 employees on furlough. But we are trying to keep CapEx up so that we'll have the capacity to meet the customer demands when it comes.
Thank you. I certainly agree with your concerns about having a trust fund situation with all the earmarks and all the other political problems that attended the other trust funds. Hopefully that could be done. I would correct for that. With regard to the elasticity of demand, I do recall mentioning this before a group many years ago, and someone in the audience from one of the railroads, will not be mentioned, but raised their hand and said, a 1% waybill tax, we would lose half of our traffic. And at the same time that was being done, the same railroad was putting a 5% across the board increase. So they must have lost all of their traffic, but I didn't quite follow that. Let me ask you another question about the recording the causes of delays and Amtrak conductors recording. Do you think that freight railroad conductors ought to be required to record the causes of delays, and that they need to be able to respond when we have these? They see a train in front of them, for example, a freight train, and say, "Oh, the freight train what caused it," but in fact, the reality is something in front of that caused the delay.
Yeah. we have, we're probably one of the folks that Bill Crosby mentioned when he said that, there might be an exception about the validity of the conductor delay reports. Two basic issues there, I think. One is the conductor has a lot of responsibilities. He's got to run his train. He's got to keep everybody safe. He's got to be safe. He's got to be aware of all the rules. Those are paramount. And then at some point, he's got to record what he thought the delays were at the time that he saw them. And it with all due respect to a 35-plus year process, there's a lot of technology that's occurred in between that hasn't been taken advantage of. This is a process where the person with all these responsibilities is reporting what he sees outside the windshield. And so it's helpful. It's not that it's wrong. It's not that it should be thrown out. But it does give us a granularity of at least what they're observing looking out the windshield. But they are not able to see the network. And so when you use it, it has to be among the tools that you use to find root cause for delay issues. And you need to be able to look at other sources of data that are available. I think you should be able to get away from a handwritten document that's faxed and then, transposed and all of that, and make use of technology as well. But it's not Amtrak's fault that they haven't had money for those kinds of issues in the past. So we're not saying it's useless, but statistically relevant in a true statistical sense, we have trouble with that. That is the source document, the only source document.
Ed, and that, once again, the AR's provided a very, very good statement for the hearing, but there's on page 20 of your statement, it says that the freight railroads believe it would be helpful if the STB provided, through regulations or a policy statement, operating issues that the STB would suggest the parties address in any mediation. Could you please suggest what some of these operating issues would be and what level of detail you're looking for there?
I think what I was referring to there several years ago, Bill Millar and I sat down and tried to come up with our members' participation, some sort of a roadmap, if you will, as to how a community should go about in sitting down with the freight railroads and trying to determine how to proceed to set up commuter rail. And we have a whole list. I know I've got that in my file folder somewhere. We never did sign it and ink it, but I think at the time we had pretty much agreement on what that list includes. If I might, I'd like to make sure that Bill agrees that we make that available to you, and then make that. It's very detailed kinds of operating procedures.
Thank you. I mean, I've had experience dealing with the commuter rail, freight railroad operation discussions with the North Star program, and the estimates as to what that was going to cost for what the freight railroad suggested and what the commuter authority suggested were, to say the least, widely different. And it would be good to have some sort of protocols or some sort of issues decided that this is what this actually costs. Because you don't want to have gold plating on the one hand, and on the other hand, you don't want to have unrealistically low expectations of what these costs are. And that project did get more agreement over time, but it took a long time to narrow the estimates between the freight railroads and the commuter authority. And
I can't remember if we actually agreed on this, but I know one of the things we were talking about was a recommendation that together they would agree on one consultant. So you would not have the battle of the consultants, and the consultant would be working both for the commuter agency and the freight railroad, and therefore would be perhaps cognizant of both.
That was exactly right. There were two very, very different estimates and two very different consultants. One last question and one issue, and that was, you mentioned the CNJs testifying next with regard to the modern European or Japanese designed lighter rail cars operating off a freight railroad rights of way. And it struck me that one of the problems we've had in this country with regard to high-speed rail is that some of the FRA regulations require that we run high-speed tanks. They are so heavy to meet FRA crashworthy standards that you could never possibly run trains at the same kinds of speeds as the Shinkansen or the TJV or the ice trains in Germany or what have you. Now, part of that is because they have dedicated rights of way, and we do have a mix with freight trains. But do you think that things like PTC, for example, which would allow better separation, might be a vehicle for allowing lighter density trains, lighter trains, construction-wise, to operate on the same rights of way as freight rail?
I agree with you that PTC will make a difference, but it won't solve the problem. And I'll give you a specific example. As a result of that, if someone wants to operate substantially lighter equipment or high-speed equipment, our view is they ought to be on a separate right-of-way, and that's consistent with the one-rail policy statement. South of Denver, Colorado, there's a segment of track where UP owns, I think, one track, and BNSF owns two, but don't hold me to that. And closely parallel to that is a light rail line. I believe it was about a year ago when a UP coal train derailed, spilling coal and coal cars all over all 5 tracks, and we missed one of those light rail vehicles by about 90 seconds. If that had occurred 90 seconds later, we'd be having a very different discussion right now. And then on the same track, I think it was about a month and a half ago, a BNSF train spilled liquid sulfur all over all 5 tracks. So while the railroads are getting better at preventing derailments, we achieve a double-digit improvement virtually every year. Derailments will occur, and if they occur with light rail vehicles or high-speed vehicles close at hand, there is a risk.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Buttrey, do you have any questions for this panel?
Well, I'm since Mr. Hemmer brought the subject up, I'm sorely tempted to delve into this limitation of liability issue, which has been a great interest of mine over the last few years. But it is not germane enough to what we're talking about, I think, for me to do that, although I would love to do it.
A beer later?
Pardon me?
I said I was offering a beer later.
Can't do that either.
No, that's true.
But anyway, I had some questions here that I wanted to ask, but I'm not going to do it because I just don't think they are germane enough to our discussions to get into it. And we'll just have to save that for another time. But in view of that, I'm not going to ask any questions of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Buttrey. I have a few questions. Mr. Gibson, it appears to me that your railroad, the CSX, may well have the most interaction with passenger rail, Amtrak and commuter rails. Is that fair to say? Do you guys keep track of that, or?
We don't. We've occasionally looked across the fence. I'd say the BN is probably either equal with us or slightly ahead of us in terms of that kind of thing. And the UP with some of the commuter operations is becoming that way too.
I'll throw this question to anybody on the panel. Are the freight railroads conducting additional training and briefing of employees in preparation for this new legislation? We may well be spending more quality time and have more people spending more quality time looking at things like conductor delay reports and what we heard about Amtrak's conductor delay reports. I assume the freight railroads have employees who file reports about what might be the cause of delays or incidents on the track, and if all kinds of new people are going to be scrutinizing those potentially, are you talking with your employees about the importance of that data and how to make sure it's documented in a way that's understandable to all concerned?
Not because of this legislation, because we care about trying to solve problems. Over the last 2 years, we've stepped up our check rides. We've increased the amount of scrutiny we give to trains and their reporting on a spot basis. But in terms of things like dispatchers and all of that, it's as several people have put it, I think it's in their DNA. I mean, they don't go out trying to delay Amtrak trains or any passenger trains. They do try to preserve the fluidity of the network. And we have, for instance, modeled some of our single track sections in North Carolina and South Carolina And if absolute preference were given, to Amtrak trains in those corridors, you would, within a matter of a few days, essentially shut down the corridor and slow down all Amtrak trains and all freight trains. So, the training on preference is inbred. You've got to protect the fluidity of the network, and wherever there's an option, you let the passenger train go first. And the passenger train must go first and must have the most clear route available. But sometimes it has to sit in a fleet and go as that fleet can go to get by a problem or that kind of thing. In terms of the data itself, we're looking at what can be done technology-wise to get better. We are in the process of upgrading our dispatch system, and there will be things that could be coming out of that, but it's not timed because of this legislation at all.
At Union Pacific, again, we are doing training. We are doing an enormous amount of training, and we have completely rebuilt the processes that we use by which we monitor our performance for Amtrak. The reason for that is that Amtrak has brought an arbitration proceeding against us, which I have my fingers crossed we will successfully resolve in discussions later on this afternoon, but that remains to be seen. With respect to the data, frankly, we're one of the railroads that I think was mentioned that has not spent a lot of time monitoring the conductor reports, and I don't have statistically valid data to report to you because we haven't done that. We'll have to do that going forward, I think, because of this statute. We did take a quick look at a month's worth of performance on a route where there are slow orders. That's the Coast Starlight route from Sacramento North. We've made a commitment to Amtrak to resolve those slow orders to a specified level by a specified date. We took a look at 1 month of conductor reports, and frankly, the conductor reports identifying slow order related delay bounced around like a ping pong ball. One day there were no slow order delays, the next day there were very long ones. So that underscores for us how much judgment is going into the data and the need to take steps that all three of us have talked about getting better data sources that are more reliable, less created after the fact and based on judgment.
Are the freight railroads able to monitor on a real-time basis how Amtrak is tabulating its and developing its own conductor delay reports? In other words, if a couple months were to go by and there was a pattern of, 1 or every 2 Amtrak conductors punching off duty and submitting a report saying, late again caused by a freight railroad, and months would go by, when and how would the freight railroads learn about that pattern or that problem?
We look at conductor delay reports daily, but with 60 trains and not very many people, we don't look at every one every day. And we're not trying to use the data that way. And that is a concern I have, frankly, is that we will start to use the data from a litigation standpoint instead of from a problem-solving standpoint. We think that the data should be used to try and root out the causes of poor performance and address those issues. And sometimes those issues are documented very well by the conductors and what they see and what they write down. And even with those kinds of issues of being something that they put down maybe at the end of the run with not absolutely clear memory. But it from our standpoint, is a tool to try and get better performance, and to see it become a litigation tool, I think is. We'll have to, if that's the path we end up down, that to me would be a sad day, and it would also probably change our approach.
It seems to me, based on the testimony we've heard from this panel and others, that along many corridors that serve both freight rail and passenger rail, we're talking about schedules and slots. If a passenger train, for whatever reason, arrives in the hands or enters the property and the track of a second freight railroad, sort of the handoff type scenario, and it's already late, it's an hour or maybe 2 hours late, and it's missed its slot. and perhaps at that point it encounters a slow-moving coal train, and the conductor then the Amtrak conductor documents running late because I'm behind a freight train that's not letting me pass. What other data sets, and if we're ever asked to go and look into situations like that, what will we be needing to ask our investigators to look for to find a full balance of information to get a real sense of the different causes of lateness and what else might explain it?
Well, I think Mark Yakimans said he didn't envy that task because if the more you know about it, the more difficult that task appears. I think it will require at a minimum a review of what was the schedule that was in place, and then what was the operational situation at the time. And so I think you're going to find in a lot of cases there are multiple and interrelated issues. But as the freight railroads have become more scheduled, Amtrak trains out of slot regardless of cause are much less likely to recover lost time these days than they would have been in prior transportation regimes of a decade or more ago, because we are so much more scheduled. And I think some of what I've seen in the testimony that was written for today, you also get a little of that frustration from some of the commuter operators as well. If the Amtrak train wanders into the commuter slots, if it's going to be given absolute preference, then it will decimate the flow of the commuters that day in that direction. And so the only legitimate dispatcher decision in my mind on that kind of a situation is that it goes with the flow of the rest of the traffic, and it has to, depending on the geographic characteristics, the operational situation that they're involved in, and the choices that are available. It can't be coming out of this siding against that train, and that's why the windshield view of the conductor is, has limits in terms of what information it can provide to answer that question.
What other information sources would you suggest that we be looking for?
Dispatcher retrievals, and then schedule retrievals. What was supposed to be there, what was actually there. I think are going to be the likely additional sources. Some of the newer generation dispatching systems have replay capability. We do not at this point. We are gravitating in that direction. We'll have it at some point with our, CAD's investments. But you can accommodate a lot of that through string lines of prior, that day's operation or that territory's operation.
Mr. Gibson, you mentioned that there are some single track sections in South Carolina and North Carolina that are particularly challenging to you. Now, if Amtrak trains are running along those corridors, those challenging corridors, and they're on schedule, they're where they're supposed to be, are you suggesting that the railroad still has a problem granting preference?
I don't call it granting preference. I call it making good dispatching decisions. The schedules are a part of that question. I don't think you would find. I would suggest you find very few instances of an available dispatching decision that was better. That may have caused delay because of the single track nature of the territory they were running through. There are lots of analogies. I'll just make one up, which is dangerous, but the I-95 between the Baltimore Beltway and the Washington Beltway is, I sort of remember, about 35 miles, speed limit's like 70 or so, and so there's a pure runtime, so to speak, theoretical pure runtime that you could calculate to. But I don't think anybody schedules that way, particularly at 5 in the afternoon. And even if you had preference, you were at an emergency vehicle with your lights flashing and your horns going, you wouldn't make that theoretical speed because of the congestion that's there. And you might come a lot closer than the average vehicle that's there, but you wouldn't make it if that was what you had to measure to. So I think that's the crux of a lot of what we're going to be trying to work together on to try and fix going forward.
Does that loop back to the scheduling predicament? Should that ideally, should that situation be worked out in the scheduling discussions between the freight railroad and the passenger railroad?
Well, I look at it that way for a period of time until the investments can be made. You know, and certainly if there is investment money available, particularly from the public side, we should go for those aspirational schedules at a future point in time when the modeling suggests that enough investment has been made that it can happen.
Is there, and I'll let anyone on the panel respond to this, do you believe that the new legislation that we're talking about today allows a freight railroad in that kind of challenging predicament to actually come forward and say, hey, we need a waiver or we need an exemption along this corridor? We can't reasonably be expected to grant preference and be held to the potential of damages given this environment. And I know prior to this legislation, I believe you could petition the Secretary of Transportation. Has anybody looked at that issue in the new legislation?
Well, I believe that if I heard Amtrak's spokesman correctly, the suggestion was that we are obligated to do that. I don't think that's what the statute, I don't interpret the statute that way because it all depends on what the standard is against which you are being tested. And that is yet to be determined by the FRA, Amtrak, all other stakeholders. So I think until we know what that standard is, I can't say whether we would need to come to you, but I do think we have the ability to come to you. I think that's pretty clear.
I'm advised by counsel just momentarily ago that the new statute did not change the pre-existing law, which did allow and does then going forward allow freight railroads to bring the attention to the Secretary of Transportation situation, which I just commend to your attention. It may be wise to get out ahead of some of these situations.
True, but if I may make one point, from now and for the next few years, we're in the same situation as the commuter agencies who've appeared before you. We have a contract. We're in a proceeding under that contract right now. That contract, in our view, establishes our respective rights and obligations and opportunities on both sides. And we believe that that contract governs our relationship with Amtrak until it expires. Now, the statute strongly encourages us, if a new set of standards are developed, to work with Amtrak to revise the contract and embed them. And I assume we would try to do that. But until we do, we think the contract is governing.
I guess I would just like to echo Mr. Crosby's comments that the goal is to sit down and work this out and not to try to look for what are our rights to go to court or go to a regulatory agency to work this out. And so as I read the new statute, it gives you the authority to go back and take a look at the causes of delay, including the schedule. It is specifically mentioned. And so my view of the world is that if you're going to sit here and at some point after a train has experienced 2 quarters worth of under 80% on-time performance and decide in your judgment that the schedule may have had a role to play in that, why don't we get that done right up front and take a look as the FRA is establishing these yardsticks against which we're going to be measured, and take a look at, with a model, what is a reliable, consistent, achievable schedule, and get that in at the front, and rather than rely on some sort of litigation later to go back and take a look at it. So that's where I'm hoping, and I think everybody has in mind the idea of trying to sit down and work through that.
And we certainly encourage that friendly and more collaborative resolution process that would hopefully happen before we ever get involved. Unfortunately, no one asked us, but our role in this is sort of after all that's broken down, unfortunately, or has somehow not worked, then we're asked to step into it and into the breach, so to speak, and figure out what to do. I would just suggest to the parties, both this panel and others, it would certainly help us understand in the future the challenges and the circumstances that parties might be wrestling with if we're notified or copied on letters, or because if we walk into a situation and we hear that it's not realistically achievable to give Amtrak the preference that's in statute, we're going to probably be looking for, well, how did this happen? How did agreements get made, contracts get entered into? Has there been any discussion of this? Have you been made aware of this? Because then ultimately we, in another part of the statute, have the option to make recommendations to the Department of Transportation about infrastructure improvements, which I think could be of interest, will be of interest, I know, to your members and your colleagues as those improvements connect up with your capital priorities. Let's see. I'd like to ask any of the panel or all. The statute specifies several parties that are entitled to bring complaints about Amtrak on-time performance problems to the board's attention. One of those parties are freight railroads. Do you anticipate the possibility? Are you looking at the possibility that you would be faced with looking at a corridor and saying, we've got all these late Amtrak trains, it's killing our schedules and our slots, we know we're not the cause of it, we want to bring this to the board to sort out and figure out what to do on this?
I guess I would just repeat what I just said, and that is, that right may be there, but the goal of this whole process is not to cast blame, but to figure out how to run a railroad. And so I would hope that long before that occurs, or the thought crosses anyone's mind to come before this board, that we would have the good sense and common sense to sit down and try to work through it on a bilateral basis.
We'll work first under our contract, and then beyond that, I thoroughly agree with Mr. Hamburger. And in addition to that, my boss says eliminate all discretionary spending. That strikes me as discretionary spending. So I don't think we're likely to be coming to you.
We're not looking for the tactical weapons. We're looking for the solutions.
Well, thank you on that. Let's see. I've got, I think, two more questions. This is a big one, but I've got to get into a little bit. Preference. We've heard testimony from Amtrak that it's an absolute term. I believe the statute we're looking at today, the new statute, does at least recognize that there could be emergency circumstances where it would not be absolute preference. Some of your testimony today indicates it's, in your view, not absolute preference. How are we to sort that out? I mean, there really aren't too many adjectives. There aren't too many adjectives that come before or after that phrase in the 1971 law that references preference. And I think we're going to need to flesh that out. I think it'll be a little challenging for this board to say, we'll play that by ear. We'll sort of make it up as we go along. Ideally, it has some meaning. It's had some meaning. It ought to have some meaning now and going forward. But that's one of the reasons we wanted to have this hearing, is to try to get, the more we can have all the stakeholders on the same page on these issues now or soon, I think the better this process will work.
Well, let me just take a first crack at that and then yield to my colleagues here. You made a very good point, Mr. Chairman, and that is that the 1971 statute does not have any adjectives around that right of preference. The word absolute does not appear in the statute. It says it is a preference. And what we were talking about and what my friend Mr. Capon referenced, he would agree not to hold a freight train for an hour to give Amtrak 1 minute. Well, I mean, there has to be some discretion at the dispatcher level because an absolute right of preference, for example, if there is a grade crossing accident, and there are 3 trains held up at either, going in either direction, and the second train going in one direction is an Amtrak train and flanked by 2 freight trains. When the go-ahead is finally given by the local emergency response team, the idea is to get that section, get that area of the network moving. And you have to then just fleet through as they are queued up, the trains going in either direction, because if, assuming that there is even physical capability to try to pull the other trains off to move the Amtrak train to the front of the queue, that would just compound the problems caused by the grade crossing accident. And so this is not a dispatch lack of giving preference. The Amtrak train is still in the slot where it was. but the entire network was shut down, or that portion of the network was shut down by the grade crossing accident. When the go-ahead is given, you just fleet those trains through to try to get some recovery time and get the network back to fluidity. So that's what I mean by common sense approach and some discretion and not an absolute preference, but a reasonable preference. So I hope.
Well, again, I think it could be validated fairly easily that if you gave absolute preference at every decision point, you frankly wouldn't need a dispatcher. You could do it all, by a set of rules within a computer, and it would make all the decisions for you, and it would crash the network. And then the next day's Amtrak trains wouldn't move at all, or the 3 days away. And so the preference has to be a preference, but not an absolute decision point. And it's the network that is paramount. And if you want to give not just the Amtrak train that's delayed at that particular point of the geography, but the northbound Amtrak train that's coming in opposition, and the third train out, on your schedule where you've got 6 or 8 or 10 Amtraks in a corridor, you cannot make such a disastrous move in that first move to give that absolute preference, because you will negatively impact every other Amtrak train that's in the corridor. So I don't have a definition for you other than the best decisions possible to maintain fluidity of the network, with every time that there's a conflict with options that are reasonable, that Amtrak gets that first preference, and that's the way we train our dispatchers, and that's the way we believe they behave. Now, there are new dispatchers out there, and there is a learning curve, and we do see mistakes from time to time. But we've also looked at what does it take to get a train from Washington to Miami and back, from a dispatcher standpoint. And the rough calculation was that over a year it's about 250,000 decision points. And so to rifle shoot and say, boy, that was a bad decision, out of 250,000, that's just not the appropriate way to measure that.
A couple of additional comments, if I may. The word absolute doesn't appear there, as Mr. Hamburger pointed out, and for 35 plus years, Amtrak has been operating over freight railroads, and I doubt if any of them would say they have been applying, or Amtrak has demanded, an absolute preference. On our railroad, as a practical matter, where the dispatching system is capable of it, which is much of the main line, we strongly encourage our dispatchers to use what we call automated mode. I think that's the term. Someone could correct me from my dispatching center, but we basically think we can get the computer to make some better decisions than our dispatchers sometimes might using judgment, so we encourage that as much as possible. We assign Amtrak trains priority 1. Even a director's special is priority 2. So Amtrak does get the highest priority and preference on our railroad on a systematic basis. Again, I'm not going to tell you a bad decision doesn't get made now and then, but it seems to me that when the time comes, if it ever does, and I hope it doesn't, where you have to look and evaluate the decisions, and they will be thousands of decisions that a dispatcher makes with respect to an Amtrak train, you need to have pretty clear evidence that the dispatcher is preferencing freight trains.
I'd like to ask, do each of you believe that it's realistically achievable for there to be a substantial reduction over the next, I'll say, year or two in those incidents when passenger trains are directed to pull aside and let a freight train pass it? Is it realistically achievable for us to see a substantial? I think that's the most galling. I can say as a former frequent and current occasional rider of Amtrak and commuter rail, that's the most sort of galling. That's when any reasonable person is tempted to call their congressman or write a letter to somebody. I mean, when you're trying to get home, it's been a long day at work, and your commuter rail or your Amtrak train is directed to pull aside to let a freight rail come through. And if that's still happening around the country, do you expect that we can see a substantial reduction of that just through voluntary industry and Amtrak collaboration?
Well, we've had some relatively famous incidents right here in the D.C. area of a couple of situations several years ago where because we had different rules for the speeds of Amtrak and freight trains in specific weather events, we did have a couple of occasions where a train passed a standing VRE train and a standing Amtrak train. And we have since reviewed and modified those rules so that that's not a possibility under the operating conditions unless a dispatcher made that decision. We have not had that kind of complaint in my memory for quite some time on our railroad. But I think the one that you might see that I don't know would go down is a passenger train stopped as a freight train goes in the opposite direction. That's kind of a different deal in my mind. That goes to what's happening in the network and is that the right decision or not. Oftentimes it's the way you clear the route in order for the passenger train to go. And so the overtake is a situation I think you would find somewhat rare. Sitting for a train to pass in order to clear a route is a situation you might see fairly often.
Does anyone else want to speak to that question?
The only additional comment I'd make is that, as I indicated earlier, we have recently gone through a wholesale overview and reformulation of every step in the process of monitoring and training for Amtrak performance on our railroad. Whether that will make a difference on a single dispatching move, I can't tell you, but we certainly know that our people know what their responsibilities are.
Thank you. Last question. This one is really for you, Mr. Hamburger, but your colleagues are perfectly welcome to answer. And it's a little off topic today, but I think it's fair to ask it given the historic and challenging debate that's going on nearby here in town about this economic stimulus bill. Last time I checked, their numbers for transportation infrastructure stimulus are somewhere in the $60 billion range. It's being talked about. We hope and expect that that'll be enacted soon, and that's going to trigger a reaction, we expect, we hope. The drafters of the bill, I certainly hope, of state DOTs ordering up raw materials, construction firms ordering up materials. I know that the railroads have been busy, understandably so, ramping down some of your operations and putting some cars into storage and furloughing some employees. But if we see a big spike, which we should, if demand for raw materials, everything that all the feedstock that goes into the construction process, your asphalts, your sand, gravel, steel, most of that material moves by rail, as you know very well.
Yes, sir.
I know as a former state DOT head, when somebody says push the go button, the last thing you want to hear is, gosh, everything else was ready. We did the procurement, we did the emergency procurement. But boy, we forgot to tell the railroad that we were going to need all this stuff yesterday.
Okay.
Are you guys working on, doing some scenario planning in that regard so that won't be the holdup of these what do you want to call it, ready to go projects that need to move under the stimulus bill?
Well, from your lips to God's ear, as the saying goes, we certainly need, as a country, and certainly our industry needs the business to come back. As I indicated earlier, we're, I believe, for the month of January, 17 or 18% down in car loadings across the board. Automobiles, we have, as you know, about a 63 or 64,000 car fleet to move the finished products. Last I checked, 33,000 of those are parked. Of rail-owned cars alone, it's about 150,000 cars parked, 3,000 locomotives, 10,000 employees on furlough. Our chairman, Jim Young, testified, I guess it was last week, I believe it was, before the House T&I committee, that one of the things that his company is doing is keeping furloughed employees on the health care plan and trying to find them a couple of days a month, maybe that they would work the weekends so that they stay certified and don't go somewhere else to get a job, and when you call them and say come on back, that they're not available. In addition, as I mentioned when we were talking about the CapEx, this is not a bad time when you have a little bit extra capacity. You get bigger windows to do some expansion and your maintenance work, and I believe that's why the CapEx was not cut as historically it might have been. And I think perhaps we did learn a lesson from previous recessions where we did cut back, and the as I mentioned, what I'm hearing and about these two gentlemen is that a lot of our customers are cutting their own costs by keeping their inventories low, so that if this stimulus package does work, and I think it's important both for the direct impact that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, but also for the indirect impact of folks who are sitting on their wallet deciding that it's now safe to go out and buy a new car or go ahead and put the addition on to their home or whatever, that when that happens, it might be just like very dry tinder whooshing into flame, and you're exactly right, the call is going to come. And we better be able to move all those cars that I saw the other day sitting up there in the docks in Baltimore because the dealers don't want them, and all of a sudden if they want them, the call is going to come. Now we're going to do everything we can, and that's why we're making those investments. But we hope to be ready, and I'll just turn it over. I saw you nodding your head, Mike.
Well, just out of by happenstance, I happened to be at an operating department morning meeting, I think it was last Friday, and watched exactly the kind of discussion you were asking about. How long would it take trains to be readied and out of storage to haul rock? The answer was about 24 hours. How long would it take to get locomotive repositioned? The answer was maybe 2.5 days. The employees, as Mr. Hamburger explained, we have taken steps to try to keep available to us so that we can call them back quickly, and they'll be glad to come. So I think we are as ready as we can reasonably be.
I'd just say no disagreements at all, same general steps. The issue, I think, is how long before we start back up. You know, I mean, people will vote with their feet. They'll do what's in their best interest and what's in the best interest of their families. And if we end up, with a very long recession and everybody's in a significant deflation of everything, then you gotta start changing and adjusting to that situation.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this panel. Vice Chairman Mulvey?
Just one very, very brief question. And to get this correct, Mr. Gibson and Mr. Hammer, are the conductor reports good enough for basically judging whether it's 80% more or less on time, but the problem really is what the cause is, but the actual overall number is good enough from the conductor reports?
The conductor delay reports are not the on-time performance. So they really just deal with delay and root cause analysis.
So they don't have anything to do with the on-time performance?
They're related, but they're not the delays should be why you have the performance that you have, but they're not directly the on-time performance itself.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buttrey, any questions? Thank you, panel. You will be dismissed now. We appreciate your patience and your participation today. We'll now call forward our final panel. We have several other interested persons who reserved time to be on this next panel. Oliver Wyman and Jeffrey Elliott, Eric Strohmeyer, and Edwin Kessler. It appears that Mr. Kessler was not able to join us today, so we'll proceed with Mr. Elliott. Would you like to go first, please?
That sounds fine. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you here today. I am Jeffrey Elliott, a partner at Oliver Wyman. Oliver Wyman is a leading global strategy and management consulting firm with deep industry and functional knowledge. Oliver Wyman serves as an advisor to a wide range of transportation industry segments, including shippers, manufacturers, service providers, including the railroads, suppliers, and importantly, a wide range of financial organizations that provide debt and equity to the industry. I began my career 30 years ago with Conrail, holding a number of executive management positions in marketing and in operations, and left there after 13 years to become an active consulting in this business. We are here today to discuss how the Surface Transportation Board intends to administer regulations established under the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act of 2008, or PRIA. Two areas of regulation are of special concern to Oliver Wyman. First, those regulations intended to improve service provided by the owners of the underlying railroad right-of-way and used by Amtrak in the commuter rail services. And second, the regulations that would provide non-binding mediation to settle disputes with regard to the creation or expansion of passenger rail services over existing freight railroad rights-of-way. As I'm sure everybody in this room knows, even at today's diminished traffic levels, portions of the U.S. rail freight network are congested with significant bottlenecks. Notwithstanding the current financial crisis and traffic downturn, over the next 25 to 30 years, U.S. rail freight traffic is projected to nearly double, requiring unprecedented levels of capital expenditure by the private freight railroads. As John Gibson mentioned, the estimate that he gave was $125 billion in his testimony. Virtually all freight rail capital expenditures for maintenance and expansion of the network are financed by the private sector and secured by the projected future financial performance of the individual railroads. Private investors participate in the industry based on their perception of the potential for earning an attractive rate of return. But while freight railroads are one of the most capital-intensive industries in the United States, requiring an average investment of 17 to 20% of sales each year to maintain their infrastructure, the industry offers some of the lowest rates of return to investors over the long term. Intercity and commuter passenger demand, as also mentioned earlier today, is also on the rise. Depending on what one believes is the long-term sustainable price for fuel, some analysts believe that to meet passenger rail demand, forecasts will require an investment of approximately $350 billion by the year 2050. This forecast presumes that much of this capital investment will be used to purchase capacity needed to run passenger trains on the existing freight rail network. The issue facing the freight railroads is that passenger trains consume a disproportionate amount of capacity relative to the freight trains. Based on work done by Oliver Wyman's multimodal division to analyze rail capacity requirements, we estimate that the capacity impact of an intercity passenger train to be 2 to 5 times that of an average freight train, depending upon the rail configuration, the density of the traffic. Therefore, increased demand to dedicate capacity to passenger operations will substantially increase the total rail network capacity that must be built and maintained by the private freight railroads in order for both services to operate efficiently and to meet the needs of the respective customers and stakeholders. Additionally, providing service guarantees for passenger trains, which generally operate on very tight schedules, requires that freight railroads set aside additional capacity to protect themselves against service failures due to unforeseen events. We've heard a lot about that today. such as equipment and track failures, inclement weather, grade crossing incidents, all of which impact their networks almost daily. This increases the capacity impact of the intercity passenger trains and furthermore hinders the ability of freight railroads to meet the service guarantees they provide to their own customers. Passenger rail access to freight rail networks is currently provided through negotiations between the interested parties and is specifically designed to ensure that the owning railroads are fully compensated for the network capacity used by the passenger trains. These negotiations provide a framework for aligning the compensation with the provision of sufficient capacity buffers to ensure specific service requirements and guarantees are met, thus reducing the need for reliance on complex schedules of incentives and penalties. We hope that the STB will support the strengthening of these processes that ensure fair and full compensation to the owning freight railroads for the capacity that is consumed by the passenger services. Compensation shortages are essentially indirect subsidies of passenger services, making the freight railroads responsible for any unfunded capital required to meet passenger demands, as well as for the capital required to deliver their own services, will ultimately reduce the returns that they achieve on invested capital. Over the long term, such a situation likely will make investments in the freight rail network less attractive to private investors and increase the industry's cost of capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. We'll now hear from Mr. Strohmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CNJ only has basically one area of concern with regards to this legislation. It is Section 401, which is the mediation section. We understand that this particular section is a non-binding confidential process that will allow commuter rail networks to access the national freight network. Our concern comes down to just one basic, simple question. When Congress wrote the law and wrote the statute, we're not sure that they took into account all of the stakeholders that might have an interest in being at that table. We're not advocating, as Union Pacific suggested, that light rail and heavy rail freight trains co-mix on the same tracks. But what we are concerned about is that when a commuter rail agency seeks access to the national rail network and the mode that they wish to access the national rail network with is light rail, it does pose restrictions on the property, one of which is operating windows need to be established, protocols for train separations, all of which could potentially impact a shipper. And one of the things that we noticed in this legislation is that there's no room at the table for a potentially impacted shipper if the introduction to commuter rail service physically alters the conditions on the rail line. And that is the reason why we just wanted to come down here today to bring this one point to the board's attention. When you sit down and figure out a way of trying to mediate, and since it is non-binding, Congress is going to probably look to see, is this mediation session actually functioning? Is it doing what we hope it will do, which is allow freight carriers and passenger rail operators to resolve their differences and expand the use of commuter rail service on the national freight network? How does the board facilitate getting this access when you don't have a club or a stick? And our concern here is that one of the things that we're concerned over is one could look at a bigger regional picture, a quid pro quo. As the board is aware, I've testified before previously about the issue of concerns of the loss of the system around the fringe. When I look at potential opportunities here where the carriers themselves are going to look to find a reasonable way to say to Congress, look, the mediation session works. Those 10 miles of track that sort of radiate out, that went to a little industrial park that may have no shippers or potentially had some shippers or may have a few shippers, all of a sudden becomes the concept for a future light rail line. And what isn't permitted in the process is the Class 1 carriers are looking at it and saying, well, We don't need that line. So here you are. We'll give you that. And our concern with that approach is quite simple. If you take that approach and sometime after the fact, and let's say you go through the mediation process and the board has spent nearly, half a year or a year trying to get the parties to work out an agreement, and then at the last second, an industrial park operator along the proposed route, when the idea to convert this into a commuter rail line or a light rail line comes to effect, says, wait a second, I don't want to lose rail service out to that point. And the board says, well, we acted as a mediator to solve a regional problem. This is part of a comprehensive package, much like the Union Pacific did in Salt Lake City. I need not remind the board of the contentious situation that occurred with the Utah Shippers Rail Coalition when that issue of access and their access to the system came up. It became a pretty contentious bone of point with the shippers that, hey, is a 5-hour operating window enough? And so when you talk about access and we talk about the mediation process, I'd like the board to take into consideration there are shippers out there. They may not be active, they may not be big, but I do want the board to be aware there are out there, and they are as much a stakeholder as the Commuter Rail Authority and the freight carriers. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Strohmeyer. Commissioner Buttrey, do you have any questions for this panel? Vice Chairman Mulvey, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry. Mr. Elliott, would you say that you think then that the giving Amtrak absolute or nearly so priority is a bad idea?
Just as we heard from the last panel here, I think that in order to run an efficient freight network, that it's important to look at the network as a whole, and as was discussed by the railroads here, if you give them absolute priority on the network under all circumstances, it will not only create problems immediate around the area where you're having issues, but it will also will create downstream effects that will affect trains far into many, many days after the one train is affected. So you have to make rational decisions and reasonable decisions about what is the right decision to make the network fluid.
Well, do you think that if this legislation went forward and there was more priority given to passenger trains, whether either commuter or Amtrak, and there was a negative result on the freight rail sector, and you spent a lot of time talking about the importance of capital markets and all of that. Do you envision that perhaps the public sector could begin substituting for the private sector for supplying capital? The railroads say that public sector ought to pony up the monies to get public benefits, and if much of the investment needed in rail is going to generate public benefits, do you see a greater role for the public sector in the long term?
Well, I think that's essentially the issue here, which is that if in fact the passenger network and the commuter network are consuming more capacity than they originally paid for, then essentially the private freight rail network is subsidizing them. And so one way or another, somebody has to pay for that. The investors are going to be reluctant to do that because they're not getting the returns that they require from their investment. And so the public sector is going to have to step in.
So you want it with a quasi-public rail sector, I suppose.
I don't advocate that at all.
I'm not saying you advocate it, but I'm saying that.
I'm saying that could be an unintended consequence of the legislation.
Which you listed as one of your bullet points, is the unintended consequences of the act.
That's right.
Yes, one question for Mr. Strohmeyer. Railroads are privately owned operations, and they own their rights of way. They own their own property, for better or worse. It does mean that, unlike other providers of transportation services, they have to maintain their infrastructure. This is a cost to them. And if the traffic is not sufficient to justify maintaining it, they want to abandon it. And for a long time, under the old ICC, railroads had a hard time getting rid of redundant capacity. You talk about shippers that might want service in advance, but don't we need to have a reasonable number of shippers who are in fact current effective demanders in order to justify keeping railroads operating or maintaining rights of way which no longer have much or any traffic on them?
The answer to the question would be yes. There should be some reasonable demand, but I do remind the board of its decision that it made in preventing an adverse abandonment in South Bend, Indiana, where the board said that even though the Archdiocese of Notre Dame flat out said we don't want any more service, which was the only reasonable prospect of service, that you might want the service in the future. And of course, you denied the adverse abandonment based on the prospect of a future need.
Be careful of the you there. That's it. It was a split decision. So.
I do know it was a split decision. The point that I try to make, though, however, if we take that same scenario, and a point the board had asked in a footnote once, why did CNJ basically shadow a well-known case on the Cockeysville Industrial Track? And our big concern there was the principal who's been advocating the preservation of rail service on that line. We're deeply concerned in the future that he's establishing a series of bad precedents. I'd like to just briefly bring to the board's attention that there is on that line alone a reasonable prospect of 3,600 carloads of material that could take 28,000 trucks off the Baltimore Beltway today. And that's a very real possibility, but not for the fact that the Class 1 Norfolk Southern is desperately seeking public assistance for their I-81 project. They're not advocating or pursuing that well-established opportunity. And that has nothing to do with the other controversial players on board that line. CNJ's done extensive market research on that entire line, have identified kaolin clay and a couple of other commodities which could easily be moved by rail if somebody was actively pursuing it. And more importantly, in that particular case, the light rail line is already built to heavy freight standards. So it isn't a place where the light rail line was being placed into service, and therefore you would have to redesign your system to accommodate a heavier train. So when I look at some of these issues, and you say that there should be a reasonable demand, there are also other circumstances in which a carrier, quite frankly, just simply says, I'm not necessarily interested in pursuing this traffic for another reason. So I do happen to like the board South Bend decision, notwithstanding your dissent. I do think it was a prudent decision because it does preserve the ability for the National Rail Network to not contract. So, no, I might get myself in hot water with that answer.
No, I also am very concerned about the system contracting, but circumstances, we have looked at the circumstances of individual cases. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Strohmeyer, Mr. Elliott. Mr. Strohmeyer, as always, you come to the board with a deep knowledge of our proceedings and our precedent. You've managed to identify one of only 2% of decisions out of 340 plus we've made since I've been chairman that actually had a split decision. So the other 98% have been unanimous. So kudos to you for actually knowing our proceedings as well as you do. We appreciate all the witnesses and their patience today. And with that, we will adjourn this hearing. I will note that we will keep the record open for 30 days. We very much want to hear from stakeholders. If anybody knows of a stakeholder who wasn't able to be here, please let them know the record will be open, and we look forward to implementing this new statute as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you.